Yeah, sorry, I locked it earlier. Hold on, give me a second here. Okay, sorry, I'm just...
Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good afternoon. Good evening and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits, because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Hey, what is good? What is popping? How is everybody doing? You know what I'm saying? Everybody good? What were you doing? I was getting things set up, okay? I have things to do behind the scenes before we get things started. Okay, guys, you got to understand. You got to understand. Your boy is trying to get a whole bunch of things going on all at the same doggone time. In fact, we do have a press conference that's going to be happening here in just a little while as well. So there's a lot going on, okay? Long story, very, very long story short, there's a lot going on. So please do me a favor before we get into everything, before we get into this conversation that we definitely need to have today, okay? Hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, I'm on all of them. So make sure you are hitting that follow button. Look at that. I'm learning new stuff. So make sure you subscribe to this channel. Please and thank you. Subscribe. All right. We have some things that are going to be going on here fairly soon. We got a press conference coming up. We got some other things that are going on. Is this war over or not? We don't know. We're going to find out. So make sure you're subscribed. Hit that notification bell so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it's random and whenever I can get in here, or it's breaking news, and that is random as well. So make sure you hit that notification bell right here on my YouTube channel. Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon, and of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys, how y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Okay. Yes, I agree, Cheshire. Okay. I couldn't agree more. All right. The world is so crazy right now. Good God. Can we all just breathe? I agree. 110%. I'm right there with you. Okay. There is so much going on right now. There's so much drama in the LBC. It's kind of hard being Snoop D-O double G. Okay. It is hard to be a pimp out here in these streets when the world is going Brian Noam, you know, cockeyed titties. You feel me? We don't know what's true and what's not. That's the big problem right now. We hear things and then we hear different things. So it is kind of a frustrating thing. I'm going to explain here in just a minute. One thing is for sure, we woke up this morning with some information like a little bit like this thing right here. Okay, we got this info right now. Or this morning, Trump woke us up and he said, hey, we are no longer going to have any more wars. War is going to be done. We are almost done. But also, we are opening the Strait of Hormuz permanently. He literally said that, y'all. Okay, literally. And just so you know, we do have the press conference happening here in just a little while. We're going to put it right here. So we just keep that in mind, because that press conference is going to be percolating and happening anytime soon. See, this is the fun part of having this new program. You can do a lot of stuff with this stuff. Okay, do a lot of different things, different windows. So now we got that press conference down over there below, just waiting for Caroline to come in and do her thug thizzle. So when she does show up, we will be checking that out very soon. Okay, but this is what Trump said this morning. Okay, China is very happy that I am permanently. Ooh, she's already starting. Okay, we're gonna get straight into it. Okay, just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna pause this so we can get straight into this press conference that's about to start, or that just began. 1 minute. 1 minute. Like I said, still learning how to do all this stuff. Okay, all of this stuff. Gotta love it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Whoops. One second. One second, guys. I'm going to try to fix this. Hold on, guys. Try that instead. There we go. Let us get on and popping in here.
Refund this filing season is more than 34. President Trump will travel to Las Vegas, Nevada to hold a roundtable and deliver remarks on the working families tax cuts. On Friday, President Trump will travel to Phoenix, Arizona to deliver remarks at a Turning Point USA event at Dream City Church. And I'm really honored to be standing here today on Tax Day with two esteemed members of the President's cabinet and his excellent economic team, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Small Business Administrator Kelly Loeffler. As we have seen this tax season, President Trump's working families tax cuts have put a historic amount of money back into the pockets of the American people this year. On the campaign trail in 2024, President Trump looked voters in the eye and promised them he would sign the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. And on Independence Day last year, President Trump and congressional Republicans delivered, passing the largest tax cut in history for working and middle-class Americans, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. They also passed unprecedented tax relief for small businesses, farmers, workers, and families. With Tax Day officially here, the numbers prove these tax cuts have been nothing short of extraordinary. More than 53 million filers claimed at least one of President Trump's signature new tax cuts. The average refund this filing season is more than $3,400. The Trump administration has issued more refunds and larger refunds than in any year of the history of our country. And I will allow Secretary Bessent to break down the numbers in greater detail. President Trump and Republicans in Congress have always believed that the American people know how to spend their money better than the government does. But what the American people must not forget is that every single Democrat in Congress voted against these tax refunds. The media has largely omitted this fact and other critical details in their stories covering the benefits of the Trump tax cuts. If the Democrats in Congress had gotten their way and blocked President Trump's historic legislation, Americans would have faced the largest tax hike in history, nearly $4 trillion. The average taxpayer would have seen a 22% increase in their tax rates. Democrats in Congress have proven over and over again that they are the affordability frauds who believe the government should keep more of the American people's hard-earned money. This president and Republicans in Congress fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. It's a clear contrast for American families to keep in mind. So with that, I will turn it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, and then he will turn it over to Kelly. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Caroline. I'm here to tell you that it has been a fantastic tax season. It has gone smoothly. It has gone efficiently from the point of view of the IRS, but most importantly, it's been a great tax season for the American people. Thanks to promises made, promises kept, through the working families tax cuts, the president has delivered the record refunds to the American people. More than 45% of the filers of the returns that we have seen have had at least one of the 4 president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the deductions for our great seniors, and the deductibility of interest on auto loans for American-made cars. And I will tell you that one of those that Americans have taken is no tax on overtime. And it's the American way. If you want to work longer hours, you get to keep more of your money. And with that, we are seeing, I want to encourage everyone out there watching today to change their withholding if they haven't already done so, because if you change your withholding, then you will get an automatic real wage increase on a weekly or a monthly basis, and you will be able to keep more of your money this calendar year. So with that, we have also seen with the Trump accounts, we have had 5 million families file for Trump accounts for their children. 1.2 million of those are eligible for the $1,000 seed bonus. So we look forward to that picking up more and more. For those of you who haven't done it, it's easy to remember, Form 4547. You can do it while you're filing your taxes. You can do it at any point during the year. We think this is going to be transformational in terms of financial literacy. This is Financial Literacy Month, and at Treasury and all over the administration, we are working with the American people, with American families, not only to give them more of their money, but to show them how to invest it in a safe, smart, and sound way. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Scott, and good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here on Tax Day, important day for small business because small business and their employees have real relief thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts. As Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, it is my great honor to serve our great president as the cabinet-level voice for America's 36 million small businesses. President Trump is right. Small business is big business. Indeed, they are a massive economic engine that creates 2/3 of all new jobs. They represent 99% of all businesses, and they drive about half of our GDP. The working family tax cuts are putting money back into the pockets of the hardest working Americans. That's why small business and their employees are benefiting the most. President Trump and congressional Republicans have saved Americans from a $4 trillion tax hike, including a staggering 20% tax increase on working families. It would have destroyed millions of jobs. Now, I've traveled the country from Maine to Alaska, and not a single worker, not a single small business asked to pay $1 more in taxes. Yet every single congressional Democrat voted to raise taxes, not just on small businesses, on our workers, on our seniors, on hardworking families. Thankfully, Republicans united behind common sense policy of letting Americans, not Washington bureaucrats or fraudsters, keep more of what they earn. Now, so far, as you've just heard, 12 million small businesses have an average tax saving of $7,000. The 20% small business pass-through deduction is now permanent, offering them certainty to plan for the future and the rocket fuel to create 1 million new jobs. Eric Williams at Prince Manufacturing in rural Georgia, he specializes in fabrication and machining. This year, he's reinvesting his tax savings to hire 500 new employees. The provisions for 100% expensing of equipment, expansion, and R&D are also growing production to help us reclaim industrial dominance. At Blue Patriot Fab, which I visited this week in Omaha, the owners highlighted one of their newest buildings, and they call it the Big Beautiful Building because the tax cuts helped them build it. Made in America is back, and that's why the America worker is winning too. No tax on tips and overtime means that millions of employees are now rewarded, not punished, for working more. And it's already benefited, as you just heard, 31 million taxpayers. In Baltimore, John and Tony Minidakis are proud second-generation owners of Jimmy's Seafood. Now, with no tax on tips and overtime, their 200 employees know that coming into work means going home with more pay. And Wade, a CNC machinist that I met at Lehigh Valley Plastics in Pennsylvania, said he routinely takes on extra shifts, and now the tax cuts reward his extra effort. And the benefits aren't just for tax season. As you've heard, the Trump accounts are connecting young people from birth to the power of our free enterprise system. With 529 savings accounts and Workforce Pell for trade schools, we're now training the next generation of skilled workers to fill millions of open jobs at small businesses. So in closing, America is open for business again. Yet every Democrat voted no on the very tax relief that is restoring Main Street, that is putting more money back into the pockets of hardworking families. Small businesses are rebounding from years of Biden inflation, decades of unfair trade, and massive regulatory overreach. But thanks to President Trump's tax cuts, they now talk about expansion, hiring plans, and generational opportunity. This is America First in action. Lower taxes, rising wages, and a thriving Main Street. Now millions of Americans are getting their largest tax refund ever, and Main Street is getting historic tax relief to keep the American dream alive. Thank you.
Really meow. Okay.
Good. And before we take questions, I want to provide some numbers for you all. So tax day statistics as of April 12th, Over 53 million
Caroline.
filers, nearly 45% claimed one of President Trump's signature tax cuts. The average tax cut for filers benefiting from one of President's new tax cuts is over $800. Over 6 million filers have claimed no tax on tips with an average deduction of $7,100. Over 25 million filers have claimed no tax on overtime with an average deduction of $3,100. Over 30 million seniors have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors with an average deduction of $7,500. And over 1 million filers have claimed no tax on car loan interest on American cars for an average deduction of over $1,800. The average refund this filing season is over $3,400. Over 34 million families have claimed Republicans' enhanced child tax credit, which is permanently doubled and expanded by the working families tax cuts. Over 105 million filers have claimed the permanently doubled standard deduction, simplifying tax filing for millions across America. So as much as people do not like to pay their taxes, and we saw a survey today that 70% of Americans still believe that they are overtaxed, this is a great day for the American people.
Okay, this is a great day. Let me get this really quick before it disappears. Ride just said, this is such BS. Only very conditional benefits, and the billionaires are the big winners. You aren't wrong with that. They give a few crumbs that barely anyone gets. Scam artist. Let's just be real. I approve that message 110%. All right. Didn't mean to interrupt it, but I know these super chats things just kind of go away really, really quick on this thing. So I'm trying, and of course, like I said, I'm still trying to figure out how this mother loving thing works. So, but yeah, I agree 110% with that. I mean, you know, as much as they're like, great news, there's a lot of great news with the tax returns and everything. Everything's changed. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to get ready for the fantastic stuff. It's not true. Okay. Right again. F the entire version of America. Ooh, snap. Shots fired. Shots mother loving fired. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people just like yourself that are just as angry, just as pissed off, just as annoyed. I can't agree with that more. But let's continue. Let's hear the Caroline. See what I did there? Caroline. Oops.
Sobek, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Bessent, if I may, there's been this media narrative out there that while we see the data on tax refunds, that it's not good enough, that the tax season has been too soft. What is your response to this media narrative regarding the tax refunds?
Look, it's been an incredible tax season. We have done more with less at the IRS, that we have moved over millions of taxpayers to digital tax accounts, and that leaves us able to service more taxpayers in person and on the phone. And as we can see, the economy was very strong. We are seeing growth across the board in all areas, and as Kelly said, you know, small business, Main Street are really the big beneficiaries, and this is what they don't want you to hear. That, you know, Wall Street always done great. This administration is focused on parallel prosperity and bringing prosperity back to Main Street, and that starts with people keeping more of their money.
And one for Caroline as well as the administration in general, if I may. This past Saturday, I published a video of now former Representative Eric Swalwell in bed. And you mentioned the president's heading to Las Vegas. Well, Eric Swalwell was in Las Vegas in this video. I'm told, according to geotagging, this scandal has erupted now. Accusers coming forward, many others coming forward, as well as questions regarding his extremely close relationship with Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. And I want to know if the administration had any comment on the fact that Senator Gallego seemed to be very vocal about wanting the release of the Epstein files, and yet when questions come to his own involvement with Eric Swalwell, he doesn't seem to want to provide anything.
Yeah, look, I think the accusations and allegations against former Representative Swalwell are despicable and disgusting. I think it's also quite plausible, as you point out, Jack, that there were many other Democrats in this town on Capitol Hill who knew about his perhaps illegal behavior, certainly his disgusting and inappropriate behavior, and why were they silent for so long? I think those are questions that must be raised of these sitting representatives, including Mr. Gallego, and I hope that the journalists in this room will do their jobs, and the journalists on Capitol Hill will do their jobs to ask Democrats in power how they knew about such despicable behavior from one of their elected representatives for so long, but never said or did anything about it. So that's what we hope to see as far as the White House and the president is concerned. Thank you. Peter.
Thank you. I have one for you and then one for Secretary Besson.
Sure.
For you, Caroline, there are now 10 American scientists who have either gone missing or died since mid-2024. They all reportedly had access to classified nuclear or aerospace.
I'm so happy somebody asked this question. I keep forgetting to bring this up and have this conversation with y'all, but on some real stuff, this is something that's really, really crazy that's going on right now. There's been, people, highly ranked officials and highly ranked individuals that have very, very sensitive information that is being, that have just disappeared. They've just up and dis-a-mother-loving-peered, y'all. Out of nowhere. Gone. Nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen, and nobody's asking any questions about this. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yes. Somebody finally asked the mother-loving hard questions. It's about mother-loving time. Let's continue on. Sorry, but that is a big deal. Let's see how she reacts. Yeah, you don't know about this? Copper Mountain was like, what? Yeah, it's a real thing. Trust me. We're going to talk about it in a little bit. We got to dive into it a little bit, okay? We'll scrape the surface of it, all right? I guarantee you that, all right? So let's get into this.
Space material. Is anybody investigating this to see if these things are connected?
I've seen the report, Peter. I haven't spoken to our relevant agencies about it. I will certainly do that and we'll get you an answer. If true, of course, that's definitely something I think this government and administration would deem worth looking into. So let me do that for you.
Thank you. And Secretary Besson, it doesn't sound like we're going to have $3 a gallon gas by summertime, which we had initially been told by the Energy Secretary. He now says that it would be very aggressive if we're going to get to the $3 a gallon gas by the summer. So when are we really going to get $3 a gallon gas?
Well, I think that's going to be the up to how the negotiations go. President Trump said this morning that he thinks we're nearing the end. The U.S. kept their side on the ceasefire. We've stopped firing. The Straits of Hormuz have not been completely reopened, so we will see. And I'm optimistic that during the summer we will see gas with a 3 in front of it sooner rather than later. It's Bank Week here in D.C., so I've been meeting with a lot of my Middle Eastern counterparts, the finance ministers, and they all say that once the straits are open, they can start pumping again within 1 week.
So not by summer, like Memorial Day, but maybe by Labor Day?
Again, I'm optimistic that sometime between June 20th and September 20th that we can have $3 gas again. And as I said this morning too, we are going to be watching the gas stations because they raise prices very quickly when when the crude oil prices went up. We hope they'll bring them down just as quickly.
Hold on, I'm sorry. He just said, hopefully between the time of summer and the beginning of fall, somewhere between that time, we'll be able to see some semblance of the dollar, the price of gas going down. Let me just say this really quick. That means that we are all going to have a very expensive summer if it goes according to plan. At least the start of the summer is going to be a cruel one. See what I did there? It's going to be a cruel summer financially. And that's if everything goes according to plan. But if it doesn't go according to plan, then we effed up the A. We screwed. You see what I'm saying? I know, Copper. Okay, a lot of people are having summer staycations this summer. A lot of people are like, "Nah, we staying home. We're not flying. We're not dealing with anything." Or it's a fat ass road trip. You feel me? So again, Okay, let's continue though.
As crude oil prices have come down, which they've come down substantially just in the past 10 days.
Great. Sure.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Can you give us an update on the president's thinking on the next attorney general? A lot of names have been going around, like Ron DeSantis, Rudy Giuliani, Ed Martin. They're being floated as contenders. What qualities is the president looking for in a new AG? And will there be accountability for what many have described as weaponization within Biden's office when he was the president?
Sure. Well, certainly ensuring that there's accountability for the weaponization of justice that took place under the Biden administration is a top priority for this president. With respect to names that are floated, there are always names floated in the press. Sometimes I have a chuckle when I read some of the reports about certain people floated for certain jobs. As far as the president is concerned right now, Todd Blanche remains the acting attorney general. The president feels he's doing a good job, and that's where it remains right now. I don't have any personnel updates for you today. Annie.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you and also for the Treasury Secretary. First of all, there was an interview that Dr. Mehmet Oz did recently where he described the president's views on his own diet. He said that he argued that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. And if you pour it onto the grass, the grass is killed and it therefore must kill cancer cells. I'm wondering if you can, was this sort of an accurate description of how the president sees?
Look, as we all know in this room, I think you know the president has a very good sense of humor. It's one of his most underreported characteristics, I would say. I have heard him tell this joke before. I think the Wall Street Journal should get a better sense of humor.
And then another one for you. Has the president filed his taxes and is he going to release them publicly?
It's actually a very good question. I have not inquired with the president directly about his own taxes, but I'm happy to do so, and we'll get you an answer on that.
Ooh.
I have filed my taxes.
Or at least yours publicly. The president has publicly said that you are the reason that he has not fired Chairman Jay Powell. Will you make that case again to him, as he's recently said that he still wants to fire the chairman?
Look, I am confident that the process that we have laid out in terms of Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed chair, he's going to have the hearing on the 21st of this month. He's a great candidate. We know that the Republicans on the Senate Banking Committee are aligned in that, and I am very optimistic that Kevin Warsh will be the chair of the Fed on time, and that will be a moot question.
Stephen, go ahead.
Secretary Bessent, you mentioned that the no tax on overtime is the biggest one that people are claiming. I think you said 25 million people. Have you seen evidence that more companies are offering overtime or that people are working more overtime and increasing their productivity? And the second question, the health insurance industry is advertising heavily in D.C., describing themselves as the good guys in the whole healthcare system. President Trump has threatened to haul in their executives and force them to lower prices. Can you provide any update on the administration's efforts there?
Okay, so I'll take the second one last because that's not my area. I don't wear a lot of hats here, but I am sure that the president makes his views known with corporate executives, and if that is true, then they will be hauled before him. And with overtime, as Kelly and I go out and talk to employers and workers around the country, they all want more overtime. And there was this narrative that I think over 2 million illegal aliens have either voluntarily deported or been deported, and that there would be a worker shortage. Well, what better way to fill that gap than with overtime for hardworking Americans and for them to keep more of it? I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'll just add that a great example are the factories that we see coming back thanks to 100% Made in America expensing.
In today's video, I'm gonna.
Steel is a great example in Rome, Georgia, where the owner was down to running one shift 1 day a week. He's up to 2 or 3 shifts, 5 or 6 days a week. So thanks to reindustrializing this nation through our small manufacturing base, which most manufacturers in America meet the small business definition, 98% of them, we're seeing more shifts taking place, more opportunities for overtime, and then more willingness of workers to take on overtime shifts, because in the past they were penalized by the tax system for taking on overtime.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you. This is for Administrator Loeffler. You talked about how the One Big Beautiful Bill benefits small businesses. With small business optimism falling in March, is the administration planning on providing any additional tax relief or other resources to small businesses that have been affected by high fuel high fuel prices during the Iran operation.
Yeah, so one data point does not a trend make, and the long-term trend under President Trump has been for small business optimism to be above its 52-year average. Under Joe Biden, small business optimism fell below that average for 34 consecutive months because small business was being crushed by regulation, massive red tape, the threat of high taxes, and all the burdens of the Green New Deal. So right now, small businesses are really in growth mode. They're planning to hire, and the optimism is very strong. If you see in the NAM survey, National Association of Manufacturers came out, their optimism is up 5 points. So I think this is temporary, and we'll get back on trend.
What's the status of extending the Iran ceasefire, Caroline?
Yes, so I saw some reporting, again, bad reporting this morning, that we had formally requested an extension of the ceasefire. That is not true at this moment. We've remained very much engaged in these negotiations, in these talks. You heard from the Vice President directly and the President this week that these conversations are productive and ongoing, and that's where we are right now. I've also seen some reporting about the potentiality for in-person discussions again. Those discussions are being had, but nothing is official until you hear it from us here at the White House. But we feel good about the prospects of a deal. The President mentioned that in his interview yesterday, and it's obviously in the best interest of Iran to meet the President's demands.
That's true,
I think
right
he's
there.
made his red lines in these negotiations very clear to the other side, and so we are continuing to see how
So
these
true,
conversations
Oya.
go.
Would those talks be in Islamabad, or where would they be the next round?
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the President. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the President feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place. Will.
Thank you, Caroline. How much room do you see for additional sanctions being placed on Iran? And do you feel like the United States is getting enough support from allies on that front? There was a letter that went to Oman and some other allies that suggested maybe the sanctions weren't, this could be for Secretary Besson as well, but the sanctions basically weren't having the effect that the United States wanted.
I'll let the Treasury Secretary, who's in charge of sanctions, answer that question.
Yeah, I think that's not a correct characterization. Yesterday, we announced Operation Economic Fury, and we, for over a year, we have had maximum pressure on the Iranians, both on blocking payments into the Iranian state and going after the accounts of the IRGC. One of what may prove to be fatal mistakes that the Iranians made was bombing their GCC neighbors, and who are now willing to be much more transparent in terms of the funds or do a deeper dive in investigating the funds that are held within their banking systems. So we have pushed out to them the request that we want to freeze more funds of the leadership of the IRGC and any members of Iranian leadership. The other thing that we have done is we have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions, which is a very stern measure, and the Iranians should know that this is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Is this an example of expanding the war economically as opposed to militarily? Is this another phase in the...
Exactly.
Secretary, what was the coordination? Any update on the insurance program, the U.S. reinsurance program for ships and tankers sailing through the Strait of Hormuz? Any update on that, sir?
Well, it's now up to $40 billion. It's run through the DFC, and we are waiting for the ships to be able to get some semblance of normality, and then they can come to the DFC and our private sector partners and request the insurance.
And what do you tell private shipping companies out there right now nervous about this whole thing, saying, wondering if they should even get near the strait?
What's that?
What do you tell to encourage shipping companies to do business through the strait?
Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see when they are permanently open, because this is a mechanism. When we declare that it is safe, they also have to have insurance. Lloyd's of London had skyrocketing insurance during the time. The rates are still very high. So we want to provide, the U.S. government will make a profit on this, but we want to provide a more normalized level and an economically sound basis for ships to move in and out of the Gulf as they did before the start of the conflict.
Thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, thanks, Caroline. I appreciate it. So, I want to cover two topics, if I could: the tax day, but also the confirmation. So, the confirmation hearing set for next week for Kevin Warsh, but Senator Tom Tillis is still a no, and he's holding firm on that. How are you going to win over Senator Tillis to get this confirmation out of committee?
Well, I'm sure Senator Tillis wants to do the best thing for the Federal Reserve, for the American people. He has publicly said that Kevin Warsh is a great candidate for the chair. So let's get to the hearings and see where we are then.
I want to ask you about tax day, if I could. So the tax gains that you talked about through the One Big Beautiful Bill, is that going to offset the consternation from Americans, for lack of a better term, over the $4 gallon of gas?
Well, again, as I said, no one's ever objected to more money in their pocket. So the Americans have more money. They can decide how they want to spend it. And I did want to come back to the overtime question, because I was up in Westchester County last Friday, and I met with several of the first responders and police unions. And those, whether it's our great policemen, our firemen, our ambulance drivers, they all now want more overtime. And how great it is to have them to be able to be engaged and keep more of their money.
Thank you, Caroline. For both of you, perhaps, are President Trump's threats of a 50% tariff against China still on the table now, or is the letter exchange that we talked about now taking that off of the table?
Well, as you know, the president spoke about the letter with respect to he and the correspondence between he and President Xi. President Xi assured the president that they are not supplying Iran with weapons throughout this conflict, and that assurance was made to the president. It's obviously something the administration keeps close tabs on with respect to tariff. You have any update on that, Mr. Secretary?
I don't have an update on the tariffs, but I do have an update on sanctions. Iran used to be the largest state sponsor of terrorism. China was purchasing more than 90% of their oil, which is about 8% of China's energy needs. We believe this blockade in the Straits, there will be a pause of Chinese buying, but I will tell you that 2 Chinese banks received letters from the U.S. Treasury. I'm not going to identify the banks, but we told them that if we can prove that there is Iranian money flowing through your accounts, then we are willing to put on secondary sanctions.
Nick, go ahead.
Thank you,
Caroline. Go ahead, Nick.
Just a quick follow-up. So my question for are you considering any more sanctions relief, Mr. Secretary, for countries that are suffering right now in order to get more oil to your allies?
We will not be renewing the general license on Russian oil, and we will not be renewing the general license on Iranian oil. Because again, that was oil that was on the water prior to March 11th. Right. So all that has been used.
Nick, go ahead.
Treasury Secretary, as you both noted, 53 million Americans have used one of these new tax exemptions the president enacted. Can you speak to not only the relief that's bringing specifically working class Americans like waiters, bartenders, overtime workers, but also the impact this is going to have on the economy?
Well, a couple of things there is I can tell you, I think Kelly's very popular, but I think with service workers, I may be the most popular cabinet secretary in D.C. because when I show up, a doorman, not so much bartenders, but waiters, waitresses, they all say, thank you for no tax on tips. Again, I was in a diner up in Westchester County, and this is a home run in terms of what's happening with these folks. And what we can't tell you yet, and we will be able to provide data at a later date, that 52 million is how many have used at least one of those. So we expect that there are probably multiple filers who have used at least more than one of those 4 signature things. And look, again, this is the America First, Americans, hardworking Americans keeping more of their money, just like with our small businesses. If we go back and look when you hear the left talk about this was a tax cut for millionaires and billionaires, they wanted to raise the tax rate for everyone making more than $500,000. That is a small business killer.
Thank you. I have one question for the Secretary and then the Administrator. Mr. Secretary, since we're on the topic of China a few minutes ago, we are a little over a year past Liberation Day, the tariffs. The goods trade deficit with China has dropped sharply. Are those gains sustainable, and are you worried about any retaliatory actions that could go against those gains?
I actually think we're going to be building on those gains in terms of the trade deficit dropping with China. Since last summer, there's been great stability in the relationship, and really the keystone to the relationship is the strong respect that the two leaders have between each other. My experience has been when the communication is at the top, then we follow that directive and those wishes. We had the meeting in Busan, Korea. In October, we will be having the state visit in Beijing, and so I expect great stability in the relationship, but that doesn't mean that our trade deficit can't continue dropping.
Go ahead. For the Administrator, I know that there are orders and shipments of factory equipment. They are at record highs. How many small
I think they're almost done.
has the SBA assisted
Warren.
with loans and supports, with loans to support them?
Well, the SBA set an all-time lending
Hopefully.
record last year of $45 billion under President Trump, because small businesses now have access to the capital that they need to build in America. Again, we are becoming a nation of builders, and we see that on the ground. Factories expanding. As a result, we have record PMI, which is Purchasing Managers Index, manufacturing expansion, 2 consecutive months in a row of export records. And so when you look at where our nation has come in terms of export-import imbalance, it's been unfair to the American worker and to American industry, and we're reshoring whole industries because of this tax bill.
Libby.
Libby, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Go ahead. I have 2 questions for you. The first one is about Iran. The second one's actually about United Airlines that I want to ask you about. So on Iran, is there a timeline for how long this blockade is going to remain in place in the Strait of Hormuz by the United States that President Trump has voiced to you or that you've heard among officials?
Sure. Yeah. I will never set timelines on behalf of the President of the United States, but with respect to the blockade,
Say what again, Rod?
as you know, it has been fully implemented, and it's being enforced against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports. I want to make that point clear. I've seen some misreporting on that as well. This includes all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. And our U.S. forces in the region are supporting the freedom of navigation for vessels that are transiting the strait to and from non-Iranian ports. So I know some in the press were confused about that. We are supporting the freedom of navigation, just not with respect to any tanker or vessel that would benefit the economy of Iran as these negotiations continue.
So there was reports that the CEO of United proposed a merger with American Airlines. This would affect tens of millions of Americans. That was proposed in a meeting with President Trump. Was that a merger that he has voiced any kind of support of?
It's not anything that we have a position on or anything we're commenting on. I know it's an idea that has been proposed by private industry, but it's not something the President or the White House have an opinion on or are weighing in on at this time. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. This is for Secretary Bessent. On Monday of next week, importers can start requesting claims for tariff refunds. And my understanding is $127 billion eligible for refunds. What's that process look like? How can a porter and an importer request such a refund going forward?
That's not being run out of Treasury. We would just be the paymaster, so that's being run out of CPB. Yep.
And so explain that process. I understand you're not running it. How does that process actually work? If you're an importer, you paid these tariffs, the Supreme Court found that those tariffs were illegal. What's the process for them to get back that money?
Well, they would be in touch with the CPB, and I think the number you're quoting is so that's the amount who have already requested refunds. So they are already in the chute, and we'll see what the timeline is for that.
Will that affect the U.S. economy, all of those refunds coming out of the U.S. Treasury?
Again, we'll have to see what comes out, and we'll have to see what the companies do with them. Just to be clear, thanks to the Supreme Court, some of this money is going back to China. So is that going to affect the U.S. economy? I don't know.
A question for Secretary Besson.
Danny, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, you were quoted as saying in an interview earlier this week that it was worth a bit of economic pain for international security. Is that this administration's message to American voters with high gas prices that ahead of the midterms this year that it's worth the economic pain?
Well, the message is the short-term volatility for long-term gain.
And Danny, if I could add to that, the president's been very clear. Again, as the secretary just said, this is short-term disruption for the long-term strategic goal of the United States to ensure that the world's leading state sponsor of terror cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. That's a good thing for the American people. That's a good thing for people all over the world. And as the president and his economic and energy team have repeatedly stated, as soon as the operation and now the negotiations with Iran conclude and the strait is reopened, we do expect gas prices to decrease. And thank goodness we have a president and an administration that believes in American energy dominance in bringing down prices at the pump. Look at how gas prices decreased over the past year since this president was in office. It's a stark contrast to the previous administration and Democrats in this city who believe in hampering our domestic energy industry, who believe in importing our most precious resources, who believe in implementing policies that created the worst inflation crisis in history. So President Trump has built the greatest economy in the world before. He is doing it again. Of course, we have this short-term disruption, but again, it's for the long-term strategic goal of ensuring that these terrorists cannot possess a nuclear bomb. Jennifer.
First, Secretary Besson, on the Russian oil, I know the sanctions waivers have expired, but how much money did Russia benefit from that temporary sanctions rules? You initially said about $2 billion. Is that?
It could have been $2 billion. We don't know. But again,
unbelievable.
Let's think of a different world where oil spiked to 150. And they would have made a lot more.
What is going
by
on?
Doing that, by pushing the Russian barrels that were already on the water.
What?
They were going to be sold. They were going to China. No matter
my
what.
God.
We pushed them to our allies. We helped stabilize the oil price. And as you can see, there were doomsday scenarios. Oil's going to 150. It's going to $200. It's going to $250. West Texas crude for the front month delivery is about $92 or $93 now.
Thank you, everybody. I know we have two very busy cabinet secretaries with us here today. Before we do depart, just one final announcement. As you know, this year we celebrate America's 250th birthday. In honor of this historic occasion, President Trump and the Department of Interior will submit plans for the United States Triumphal Arch, which will be an architectural masterpiece to celebrate our history right here in Washington, D.C. This is a rendering of the Ark for you. Thank you, Peter. It's quite beautiful, as you can see, and this monumental arch will beam at 250 feet tall in honor of 250 years and stand on ground that is currently empty green space in Memorial Circle on Columbia Island, a man-made island in the Potomac River managed by the National Park Service. The United States Triumphal Arch will be outfitted with beautiful artwork and depictions celebrating the success of the American people over our 250-year history and the enduring triumph of the American spirit. Long after everyone in this room is gone, our children and grandchildren will remain inspired by this national monument. Beginning construction this year on the architectural arch is a fitting way to commemorate the 250th anniversary of American independence. Great nations build beautiful structures that cultivate national pride and love of country, and this triumphal arch should be a project that all Americans of all political persuasions can support because it's a monument for every American to celebrate 250 years of our nation's proud history. And again, the plans for this will be submitted tomorrow. We'll have many more announcements with respect to our 250th anniversary in the coming months as we look forward to the 4th of July. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So that really happened. So that actually happened, guys. Yeah. that really that was a thing. That was a happening. How's that? That was a happening. Let me get this. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the love. For your information, jobs barely offer overtime. People was never claiming cash tips, and jobs is not hiring. Illegal is not hiring illegal immigrants. Isn't that what E-Verify is for? Wait, hold on. That it just disappeared on me. Stop the lies. Yeah, this is this is a very, oh dear God. There's so much BS coming out of this situation. I'm just gonna be completely real. Okay. The fact that she's like, oh, the economy was great before and it will be great again. And it's like, okay, fine. There's still a possibility that we could bounce back. I'm not going to sit there and say that there's no possibility of that. Okay. And I agree, Lee. One of the worst updates we've seen in a while. And they're pretty bad. A lot of them are pretty bad. And, you know, it's just, for me, hold on, sorry, I'm trying to. There's the other one. I missed it, but I'm gonna read this off screen here. So, Ryan, thank you so much for the love. Tell me what god dang policy Trump did to lower gas prices. Just one. Yeah, that's what I'd like to know too. When did he drop the gas prices? When did he do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is he talking about? What are they talking about? There's never been any conversation of them actually doing anything to make the economy better. From what I've seen, okay, let me continue on. It's a global market. Yes, he did cause the spike due to the Strait. Also, F that arc. Yeah, he basically wants to have an arc like they have in New York. It's like the same thing that they have in New York. If you really think about it. Y'all don't see it? Do you guys see it? Because I see it. That was screaming what they have, I think, in Washington Park or something like that. I forgot what the area. But they do actually have that actual arch, whatever you want to call it, in New York. It's kind of the same setup. And they have one, Floating Lotus said they have one in London too. That's what's up. I didn't know that. But it's very wild that you have him trying to just basically copy and paste something that's in, Washington Square Park. Thank you so much, Natalie. So you have it in you have it in Washington Square Park, and he's just basically taking this and putting it over to DC. And no, nothing nowhere near like the Arch. St. Louis Arch. St. Louis Arch is just one big, it's an arch. You know what I mean? So again, it's like one hump of the McDonald's golden arches, if that makes any sense, okay? Except it's not gold, right? So again, very, very weird. Now I get it, today's tax day, and all that. And I get that, right? I get it that they're going to have that kind of press conference, but things are not better, not yet at least. I have yet to see anything out here where we're seeing how the economy is suddenly booming and going back to normal. Like I was trying to show you guys earlier, okay, Trump did go to Truth Social this morning, and he said some things which I think was, it was good news in my personal opinion. Because obviously we want this war to be over. We want our economy back to normal. And so I'm looking at this and going, okay, this is great news, but there's something that's going on now. A lot of things have been going on since he posted this. There's been a lot of naysaying too coming from Iran. But allegedly, they're supposed to be having peace talks as soon as tomorrow. That J.D. Vance is hiking his ass all the way back out to, I guess, Pakistan, maybe? I don't know. To sit down with them all over again, to have this conversation all over again about trying to get peace going. Now, he said in this, before we were cut off because, of the press conference, he says, China is very happy that I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. Yes, he is permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz, guys. Okay? I am doing it for them also and the world. This situation will never happen again. They have agreed not to send weapons to Iran, which, by the way, massive news. If it is true, if this is true, big freaking deal. Okay? Big freaking deal. Moving on. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting? But remember, we are very good at fighting, and if we have to, far better than anyone else. President DJT. So very interesting that he put this up and he's like, yeah, I'm not here to, I ain't playing, so on and so forth. But at the same time, we are opening the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is open permanently. The doors are wide open, and China has made some sort of agreement with the likes of America to say, hey, we are not going to give Iran any more resources, no more weapons. We're going to step away and let them either run out of their own weapons or, lay down their weapons and step away and surrender. We will not help Iran, which is massive news. Now, again, if this is entirely true, right? If this is entirely true. Now, Oya says, outrage with Eric, but none for blasphemy or survivors. Yeah. Don't you think that's interesting? We've been seeing that quite a bit. Well, let's be real. There's no real outrage on PDF files or the Epstein files or anything of that sort. Any of the craziness that we've been seeing that has been unearthed and exposed as of late. No outrage on those things. It's selective outrage. Shout out to Chris Rock. But it's selective outrage. Let's be real. It is, which is insane. All right. Absolutely insane. Now, a couple things. Let me just pull these things up here. Because there's a lot going on. There's a whole lot going on. But we got to do a few things before we get into some breaking news, because this has the potential of getting very, very ugly, very, very quickly. And I'll explain in just a minute. Let me just move these things over so we have them ready to go so we can talk. So first things first. Trump had an interview on ABC. I don't know if the full interview is out. I was wondering where the full interview was, but it's only a clip. I'm assuming this is coming out tonight, maybe. But apparently he said in the interview, hey, we are working things out with Iran. We're gonna be doing peace talks. The war is close to over. Get ready, because everything's going to be back to normal here very soon. And here's the thing. If this is true, that would be phenomenal. But if it's not true, let's be real. I'm curious if he's just saying this to manipulate the markets again or something of that sort. But let's take a listen.
President Trump, in a new interview, says the war in Iran is close to over. His comments come hours after big gains on Wall Street, which is apparently expecting a peace deal soon. ABC's Christian Cordero has the details. Christian, good morning.
Sophie, good morning. President Trump is suggesting a new round of peace talks with Iran could take place in the next couple of days. They're expected to be led once again by Vice President Vance. U.S. Central Command announced overnight that the U.S. blockade in the Strait of Hormuz has been fully implemented, cutting off trade in and out of Iran, giving the U.S. more leverage in any peace talks going forward. But the big issue remains Iran's nuclear program. During the first round of peace talks, the U.S. demanded Iran stop its uranium enrichment for 20 years. Iran pushed back, offering 5 years. Despite that gap, both President Trump and Vice President Vance are sounding optimistic about a deal.
I think it's close to over, yeah. I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished.
I think the people we're sitting across from wanted to make a deal, and I know the President of the United States told us to go out there and negotiate in good faith. That's what we did. That's what we're going to keep on doing.
Vance last night also had some advice for Pope Leo, who has criticized the war, sparking a feud with President Trump. Vance said the Pope needs to, quote, be careful when he talks about matters of theology to make sure what he says is anchored in the truth. And
okay, hold on. Can we rap about that for a second? I'm glad that this was brought up in this video because I forgot about that. I saw that this morning and I literally was like, what? He literally said to the Pope, be careful on what you're talking about in regards to theology, to the man who is the epitome of theology. This man has beyond a doctorate in theology, for crying out loud. Okay, he knows he knows theology backwards and forwards because he's the mother-loving Pope. So what planet are you on to sit there and say, be careful? Vance of all people, by the way, J.D. Vance, standing on the side of Trump and saying, be careful on how you're discussing these theology, Mr. Pope. What? Make that make sense, y'all. Make that make sense. Okay? Maggie, thank you so much. The H-Man built the same one in Berlin. Google it. It is the same. You're talking about the arch? That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Okay? But nonetheless, what in the F is going on here? Okay? Yeah, man. Techno, you ain't wrong. It's like, yo, chickadee check yourself, Pope. Chickadee check yourself before you riggedy wreck yourself. What is going on here? What's going on? Who's Vance? Who's J.D. Vance? Where did he come from? Where did he suddenly come from and suddenly say what the Pope can talk about and what the Pope shouldn't talk about in regards to theology? So J.D. Vance is now an expert in theological discussion than the Pope. You can't make this stuff up.
Overnight, Trump posted, will someone please tell Pope Leo that Iran has killed at least 42,000 innocent, completely unarmed protesters in the last 2 months, and that for Iran to have a nuclear bomb is absolutely unacceptable.
I think what the Pope is basically trying to say is that maybe there's some conversations that could be had where people don't die. Maybe he's trying to say, think before you throw the first fist. Maybe there's a way that this could have been done without it turning into a volatile situation. Because let's be real, this is not about the liberation of Iran. It's about nukes and oil. They say it's about regime change, but it really isn't. Sorry, it's not. Last I checked, hasn't been about regime change. So all the people out there that are sitting there, and with all due respect to the Iranians, but I'm just saying, those that are sitting there going, thank you, President Trump, for helping us, continuing to help liberate Iran. I'm going, where's the liberation at? I haven't seen any liberation. It's the same crap. You just got other people pushing the same narrative and the same agenda. It's a different regime, but they still have the same story. They still have the same ideals. We haven't seen the people liberated. So what are you talking about? Right? So I think the Pope is basically just trying to be a person of peace, which is exactly what he is, exactly who he is and who he embodies. Jesus Christ would not sit here and say, let's go to war. Jesus Christ would not sit here and say, let's see the Iranian people's blood spill on the very soil that they lived and they were born on. No. At least the Jesus that I grew up knowing. So it just doesn't make sense that J.D. Vance, of all people, would just go out of his way to say it, like to say what he said. Like, this is not. I think somebody needs to like have a conversation with JD, real talk, like with Mr. Vice President, and wake him the F up. You know, and just tell him like, yo, you realize that this is literally destroying your everything you're trying to stand for. Your stuff is getting destroyed. Your whole look, this whole look right here, getting destroyed. Completely obliterated, right? Crafting media. Yeah, but Trump is a Jesus MD. He's a doctor. I know. It's you know, he's like the opposite of Doogie Howser. You know, he old and he holy. You know what I'm saying? Peace be with you. Pass the scalpel. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So let's continue on because we got more. We got more to talk about. We got more to rap about. Okay, so let's pop. Let's get this popping.
Reporter David Rode, former Deputy Special Envoy for Iran Richard Nephews, and retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. And first, let me start with you, David, because we have some conflicting messages. CENTCOM says the blockade has been fully implemented, but the president in another post this morning says that he is fully reopening the strait. So which is it? Give us a reality check.
So I think it's true that the ships are not going in and out of Iranian ports. That's the main goal. That's what CENTCOM said they wanted to achieve. But what the key for this strategy to work is that other ships start coming out. Ships from friendly countries to the U.S., from Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, some of those tankers that have been waiting for so long can start bringing oil out from there. That's not happening because a lot of ship companies, not in large numbers, are worried about mines. They're worried about Iranian drone attacks. So the U.S. has set up a blockade, but it hasn't set up convoys to escort those tankers, so that's the problem. And I just want to flag one thing the president said. I think they want to deal very badly. He's been saying that for weeks. And I was sort of
He's
talking
been saying the war's almost over for weeks also.
And look, I hope, he's right, and I hope this war ends quickly, but there's a belief, and there was a statistic that Admiral Cooper mentioned, that cutting off closing the seaports will end 90% of Iran's trade with the outside world is via sea routes. That's true in terms of dollars because we're talking about a lot of oil. All kinds of food and other materials comes in by land. They have borders with Turkey and Iraq and Pakistan and Afghanistan. So I worry the administration is overestimating how quickly they're going to buckle. Because over and over again, the Iranians have showed, we bombed them. Now we're cutting off their ports. But they are defiant, and they're tough negotiators. So I think, and I had one person tell me yesterday that the blockade, it could take weeks of blockading Iranian ports for Iran to make major concessions.
So let's...
Weeks. But now Trump is sitting here saying that it's about to be wrapped up. They're about to press the orchestral music and say, it's a wrap, baby. It's time to go. Kick rocks. It's done. We're done, guys. Bye-bye. Be gone. Make America great again, But in actuality, they say a meeting could happen as soon as tomorrow. The daylight is burning right now. So again, if we are to do this, if we are going to have peace talks as soon as tomorrow, what's going on with Iran? Are they okay with this? Because I'm hearing something different. Same old story, just a different day. We hear Trump say, we're very close to peace talks. Very close to the end of the war. It's almost over. Yeah, it's almost over. We're just talking. They really want to talk. Remember, I want to remind you, where's the 20 boats of oil? I just want to remind you that too, real quick. Sorry for keep on circling around that, but I got to say it again. Okay, where are the 20 boats filled with delicious oil? Where's that he was supposed to be gifted? Where's that armada? But I digress. You have him saying, oh, it's over. Oh, we're about to be done. And then you have the likes of Iran coming out and being like, no, we are not done. You say that we're done, but we're not. We will wash in the blood of Americans. You know what I mean? Like you know what I'm saying? They ain't done. They ain't saying that. We're hearing something different. He's like, we're talking to the real regime. We're talking to the real leaders of the regime. Are you sure about that? Did the destruction of, like, chopping off the head of Ayatollah Senior and all those other officials, did it cause a huge ruckus to the point where you have the likes of this regime splitting up, like it fragmented? Now you have a bunch of fragments of the regime in multiple places. There isn't just one leader anymore. There's a multitude of them. So you might not even know who you're talking to. And if there's somebody who can literally turn to the Iranian people, to the Iranian regime, to the soldiers and say, hey guys, lay down your weapons. We're done. Are we sure about that? Are you sure you're talking to the right people? This is the problem I'm seeing, because he says 20 boats and they want to work things out. And then we get hit, planes down and all that, right? And now he's saying it again. But Iran is still saying out here that they want their Strait of Hormuz back. They're at least saying it. We haven't seen any action in the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't seen these speedboats go up there and try to drop bombs and missiles on these boats and all that. But at the same time, they aren't really wanting to play with this. Like, you think they're just going to go along with what America wants all willy-nilly? I don't know. I just don't see it, guys. But anything's mother loving possible. I guess we will see.
Talk about what that could look like in practicality. General, you wrote a piece for The Bulwark breaking down what this blockade of the Iranian ports and coastline means for the Navy strategically as far as resources used to implement it. What goes into maintaining this blockade?
A lot, Anna, that's all I can say. A lot goes into it. And this is a limited blockade. It's not a complete blockade of the sea areas around it. But as David just said, there are things that go on, and I think most Americans believe a blockade is like a wall that you can't get in and out. But David just mentioned the escort of ships. That's critical. The continuous mine sweeping, that's critical. The intelligence collection, the overhead cover from aircraft, all of the things that protect the force, the potential air defense that the ships have to provide in case of any firing by Iran on merchant vessels. So all of those things are important. When you just say blockade, it seems like a very simple task, but there are literally thousands of sailors involved in this and dozens of ships potentially if you do the escort mission as well as the minesweeping mission and the protection mission. So it does take a lot, and it's very costly. But I'd add one more thing to this. While we, the United States and CENTCOM, are blocking the Iranian ports from goods coming in, it's also blocking goods from going out. And that's going to continue to affect the world's economy in a very bad way. There's a lot of countries waiting for those goods, especially the oil, especially in areas like Asia. So this is going to have global effects on a supply chain around the world.
We know that reopening the strait is a key priority right now for the administration because of those economic impacts. There are reports, Richard, that mediators are moving closer to extending the ceasefire. The president told the New York Post in an interview that additional peace talks could be happening over the next 2 days. Does all that suggest progress has actually been made when it comes to some kind of a deal? Does that mean there are actually new developments to discuss?
I don't think so. I think it basically means that everyone is more concerned about the consequences of what would happen if the ceasefire were to break down. For all the reasons that we've been discussing right now, there are a lot of interests at stake, both in the United States, Gulf Arab states, and in Iran, and not having a resumption of the sorts of attacks that were taking place. And the Iranians absolutely still have the ability to land missiles and drones in Gulf Arab states. They absolutely have the ability to continue causing damage, just as the United States and Israel have the ability to cause damage inside of Iran. So the idea that there is a desire to extend the ceasefire makes complete sense to me, but it's not a demonstration that we're moving towards some kind of deal, because there are still very real issues that would make that pretty difficult.
General, the president says the war with Iran is close to over, and here's a little bit more from his interview with Fox Business. Watch.
They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Everything's been wiped out. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. The leaders they have now, it's a new regime, okay? And we find them pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. By comparison, pretty reasonable. It really is a new regime. And I think we're doing very well, but it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon.
Okay.
Trump saying fairly soon. We've heard that language from
And we have.
From the
Hold on.
president before, as we were just discussing with David. Do you believe him, General?
I'm going to cite something a mentor once told me. If you want a new idea, read an old book. Over the last couple of days, I've been reading an old book about the Iran-Iraq war. This was a war where Iraq thought they could bluster themselves into a fight. They could push over the Iranian government because it was in turmoil. It had bad finances. It had new leadership in the first Ayatollah regime after the 79 revolts. But for 8 years, that war went on because Iran, for some odd reason, seemed to pull it together and bring their nation together. It's a tough piece of terrain. There's a lot of dangers in this area. They hide weapons all over a very large country. And you know what Iraq found in that 8-year war was they were always surprised by the resilience of the Iranian government and the Iranian people. So no, in my view, this war is not going to be over very quickly.
I am so happy somebody is saying the quiet part out loud. I'm just saying it now, okay? I agree with this general. I agree 110%. I don't think that this is going to be done by a long shot. Sure, he's saying that there's going to be conversations tomorrow, allegedly. He's saying that right now. But, you know, the thing is are we 110% sure that this is about to be a wrap? Is it really about to be a wrap, baby? I just don't see it. I don't see it. Now, if we listen to another channel, you know, if we listen to, like, say, the likes of Fox News or something like that, they're going to sit there and go, well, we're hopeful. Well, we're hopeful this is the end of the whole situation. We're hopeful that this is the end of the road. We're hopeful that that Trump will triumph and be able to soldier through and save the country and, in fact, save the world from tyranny. I just don't see it happening anytime soon. But at the same time, I've been wrong a million times before. So maybe I'll be wrong this time too. And I will be real. I'd rather be wrong than right. Because if I'm wrong, that means the war is over. That means the economy is, can go back, kind of level out and get back to normal. And everyone can just go back to the status quo, just maintaining the status quo. I'd be for that. I think we all be for that. Right? Wouldn't you? I'm okay with that. I'd rather, you know what? I'm going to be real. I'm going to say something crazy. I'm about to say something absolutely insane. Maybe not as insane as you might think, but I'm going to say it anyway. All right? In fact, I want Trump to be right. Yeah, I said it. I said it, dagnabbit. Yes, and I'll even say it on the mountaintop. I would love for Trump to be right and win. Thank you. I'd rather him win. Why? That means things don't go haywire. Hold on. There's a few things I want to say first, though, because some of y'all are like, come on, damn it, Pascal. I liked you, man. I liked you until you said that, man. Hold on. Hear me out. I'm not saying go Trump. No, I'm like, no Trump. But at the same time, if he can win, then that means we go back to normal. Meaning win, what I mean by win, not us just taking over the Strait of Hormuz and causing more problems. Because at the end of the day, that turns into a target on America's back. And then we got terrorists all over the place. We got incel, terrorist cells just popping off and all that because of what's going on. So hold on. I'm saying him winning as far as getting this peace negotiation and this peace conversation going. That's what I mean. Him just taking over Strait of Hormuz and just straight up stealing. It's a global version, okay, of a straight up B&E, a breaking and entering. That is a massive problem that I have. I don't want to see winning on that regard. What I want to see is them bringing peace. We leave the Strait of Hormuz and everything goes back to some semblance of normalcy. They agree to some sort of peace agreement where there's maybe not as many nukes or they aren't allowed to have any nukes. I don't know what it is. But he's able to walk away from this whole war. No one loses their lives. Our brothers and sisters aren't sacrificing our lives over land and oil. And we can all live and have a holly jolly Christmas and not have the economy go completely Brian Noam's. Because right now, it's literally cockeyed titties. Right now, just cockeyed titties. Okay, bad boob job. Really bad boob. You didn't heal well. Woo! You did not heal well. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know which one to look at. It's just like, do I look at that one? It's like, you know what I mean? Like a cockeyed, you know what I mean? Cockeyed titties. So again, right now it's cockeyed titties. We don't need that. I would love to get things back to normal to a certain extent. I know we're at the point of no return to normalcy, the normal that we know. But let me just say, I'm hoping that we can get kind of back towards peace. I don't want this to escalate. So if that means that Trump walks away with a win, so be it. So be it. That's fine by me. As long as it means there's no death, there's no more war, and there's peace. But I don't think that's going to happen. Like he said, yeah, you know, we're going to have peace talks soon. War is close to over. No. You can't say the war it's either on or it's off. It can't be halfway. You understand? You can't just say, yeah, it's almost over. You can't do that. War is war or there's no war. There's either peace or there's war. It's not just like a little this, that, and the third. And it's like, ooh, okay, that was a little ruffle of the feathers. No, it's either war or it's not war. There's no in between. And he's done this multiple times. Seems like every other week he'll be like, oh, you know, peace talks are happening. They wanted to give me 8 boats of oil. 8 very beautiful, huge gesture. Huge gesture. They wanted to give me oil. 8 boats. But now they're giving me 10. Now they're giving me 20 of that beautiful, delicious oil. They want to talk peace talks badly. Where's the badly? I don't see it. But you realize he keeps saying this over and over and over and over and over again. He's manipulating the market. And we go back to what this normalcy is over the past 40 plus days now, which is war. So again, I'd rather him be right and us get peace and us get our economy back in order, the world's economy back in order, than us continuing this war. But I don't see that changing up anytime soon. Now, we got to take a look at this because I thought that this interview wasn't out. And then they mentioned it and I looked it up and lo and behold, it's here. So we got to take a look at this full interview with Trump talking about everything. I don't know what's going to be talked about in this except for the clip that everybody's taking out, which is him saying that the war is close to over, right? So let's take a gander, shall we?
Of the hour, a lot of breaking news from President Trump. He told me the blockade of Iranian ports is now fully implemented. He told me the conflict is close to being over. I sat down with the commander-in-chief for an exclusive interview at the White House yesterday, where he told me all about that, plus the current state of the economy, his expectations for the price of oil, and the reconciliation package to come. Take a look. Mr. President, thank you for sitting down with us. We appreciate it. You've had a real reaction to the blockade. Are you happy with the reaction since you put this blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think, we've obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. So we'll see. I mean, look, it only matters the end result. And we're doing very well. We started off with Venezuela. We showed everybody how good. I rebuilt and built the military in my first term. I didn't know I was going to be using it this much. But we have the greatest military in the world, not even.
I mean, you weren't going to be using it at all. Mind you, you weren't going to use it at all, homie, because you were President Peace. Remember? You were President Peace, sir. And now you're not President Peace anymore. Now you are President War, Carnage, etc., etc. Jamie, yes, of course. I watch plenty of other channels, okay? A lot of really great channels out there on the tubes, okay? I watch a lot of YouTube, okay? A lot of times that's how I get a lot of my information, is going up on this platform. So, okay, well, what of it, man? Why you asking, homie? No, I'm just kidding. But let's continue on. All right.
Contest, and think of it. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Everything's been wiped out. They have no.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to speed this up. Okay, no disrespect to him. We got a lot to cover and very little time to do it. Allegedly, he's doing a press conference around like 3:34, something like that today too. So that's supposed to be happening. I don't know what kind of information he's supposed to be coming out with at that time, but I just want to speed up so we can cover a lot of bases here. All right, so let's get it moving.
Anti-aircraft equipment. They have no radar. They have no leaders. The leaders they have now, it's a new regime, okay? And we find them pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. By comparison, pretty reasonable. It really is a new regime. And I think we're doing very well, but it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon. Who knows?
And you told me on Sunday that you think they will ultimately consent and say they're not going to continue building a nuclear weapon. How will you verify? Well,
first of all, if they don't, we're not making a deal, okay? So there's no deal. This whole thing is really about no nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, we'll be living with them for a little while, but I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go because they've been hit very hard. And as an example, we could take out every one of their bridges in 1 hour. We could take out every one of their power plants, electric power plants, in 1 hour. We don't want to do that because someday you're going to have to rebuild, and it takes you.
He's still back at the whole, we're going to destroy an entire civilization. You realize that, right, guys? Okay. And yeah, that's the other thing, Florida native. Okay. Israel still got nukes too. Everybody got nukes. Everybody got mother love nukes. They all do. They all need to dismantle and destroy and throw it deep in the bottom of the sea or something. I don't know. Dismantle, destroy, get rid of it all. But at the same time, this is what he's pushing for.
10 years to rebuild the bridge. Even if you're Trump, it takes a long time. And power plants are just as bad. So we'll see what happens.
Did you get any pushback, like from the Chinese or the Saudis, about blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I had none.
Let me move on to domestic issues, sir. What are your top priorities now for the economy for the rest of the year?
To be honest, we are doing so well. You look at this. I hit the 50,000 Dow mark, which everyone said couldn't happen in 4 years. I did it in 1 year. I hit the 7,000 S&P mark in less than 1 year, which was a number, as you know, you reported it. They said if at the end of 4 years you hit those numbers, I did it at the end of a year. And I said, now we have to do a little bit of a turn, a detour, to a place called Iran, and we have to stop them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And if you told me that in the midst of it, we would have a stock market that's almost as good as it was 2 months ago, just about, very close, and that we'd have oil, that we'd be selling oil, that oil would be at 92 or whatever it is right now, instead of 200, because a lot of people said, oh, it'll be 200. This is in the midst of everything. Now, I think we're doing very well, and maybe people assume we're going to win this thing pretty soon. We've beaten them militarily, totally. The only thing they have is the Gulf, and I think now we're the Strait, as they call it. And I think now, I don't know how they hold out.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the backdrop has changed. I know.
Why does it feel like when he talks, it's like it's almost like he talks about the glory days. You know, like when I was a star football athlete, football player, you know, I got all the girls. You see what I'm saying? Like everything he talks about is like back in the day, he did this one thing. He did this other thing. And he just rides on that all day long. Right? We did the Rose Bowl. That's how I got the bad knee. When I did the winning touchdown. And forever, I was a god, at least for a few days. And then I graduated high school and my whole entire athletic career was over. But those were the days back then. Them glory days. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Al freaking Bundy. You know what I'm saying? Am I the only one? Okay. Am I the only one who's like, Grandpa, you've told us this story. Yeah, glory days, yeah. And that's the only reason why I know this song, Dad. Grandpa, that's the only reason why I know this song, Grandpa. Because you keep on singing it. If I just went up and talked to that sweet Cecilia, instead of running after that Susan, my life would be different, son. Talk about those glory days. You know? That's basically what he's doing. We were great back then. Back then we did this. Before we did this. The economy back then was great. It's not great right now. Now is it? Highest it's been in a while. Highest it's ever been. We're doing great. We're doing great. I stopped and ended 8 wars. 8 wars. Yeah, sweet Cecilia. Just me. Sweet Cecilia. Oh, sweet Cecilia. Have mercy. Yeah, it's all glory days. It's all glory days. You know?
It's been only a month or so, but oil prices are up 50%. The stock market had a tough first quarter.
Well, you're
now,
right.
Stocks are
you're
still
right,
up.
but they're not up. Honestly, I thought there'd be much, and I was willing to do that, to stop a nuclear weapon to be used against this country or the Middle East, anybody in the Middle East. They were going to take out the Middle East. To stop that, it was certainly worthwhile, being much higher than it is right now. If you told me that we were going to be at only $92 a barrel, $92 a barrel, I would have been very surprised.
All right,
and you know what? I'm very happy. And it's going to come dropping down very big as soon as it's over. And I think it can be over very soon.
So
if they're smart, it will end soon.
Overall, the impact on the economy, do you expect a hit to growth? Do you expect a spike in inflation?
Well, look, there's a hit because, we go through it for whatever it is, 6 weeks. There's going to be a hit, but it's going to recover, I think, fully. Somehow they misquoted me. I think oil will be down to the levels it was. They said I expect oil to be high at the midterms. I don't expect that. I think that we will be somewhere around where we were, maybe even lower. When this is over, I think the stock market is going to boom. It's already booming. Again, nobody thought we could be at 50,000 during my 4 terms on the Dow or 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit numbers that nobody thought possible.
You've been talking about a reconciliation program with the Republicans. Can you articulate to our audience why a reconciliation package is important and why you want to see it on your desk by June?
Because we can't get any Democrat votes. With reconciliation, we can get things passed. The good thing is the Great Big Beautiful Bill, that was 4 years wrapped into one. Now we're doing some additional things. But, the Great Big Beautiful Bill, I think it's the best piece of legislation. It should be called the Great Big Beautiful Tax Cut Bill, because you have no tax on tips, and look how that's working out. No tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We have people, and you see it. I see it on your show. Watch your show. Your show's great. We have people that are making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. They had no idea it was coming. And it's turning out to be even better than we anticipated for people.
But there are rules around reconciliation that it requires deficit reduction, right? How will you ensure that you've got a decrease in spending?
Well, we have to go by the rules, and we're going for those rules. And if we didn't go by the rules, we couldn't even put it in. We wouldn't be able to submit it. And nobody believes that more than me. The one thing I really felt strongly about was the military. We built this great military that we have right now, and everybody acknowledges it. Whether it's China or Russia, we have the greatest military in the world. And I built that in 4 years, my first term. It's a great, including adding Space Force. A lot of the things that you see that work so well is because of Space Force. It was a great It was a great thing that we added when we went for space war.
So what can you put in the reconciliation bill, other than funding Customs and Border Patrol and ICE? Anything else?
Well, we're doing mostly that. This is mostly about that because the Democrats don't want to do it. Then we're putting some things as we go along. But, you know, you've heard the expression, we want to keep it sort of slim because we want to make sure that I have the safest border in the history of our country. Nobody came in. I'm not even sure I can believe that. But the Democrats do the numbers. It's really, you know, the agency that does that is they tend to be on the Democrat side, to put it mildly. In the last 9 months, not one person came across the border illegally. Now compare that to 25 million people coming across by Sleepy Joe.
I was there. I went to the border 6 times. I saw it. I understand what you're saying.
They came in by the millions, hundreds of thousands a week, just pouring it, totally unchecked. And you know, the countries, I know the leaders of most of these countries, they're very smart, they're street smart. Some are highly educated, some are, but they're very street smart. They don't send their good people to us. When they do a caravan, 25, 30,000 people in a caravan, you don't have their good, you have people that frankly, even if they're not criminals per se, they don't want to work, or they want welfare, or they sent all these people to our country. What the Democrats have done to us should never be forgotten.
Can you put the Save America Act in the reconciliation
I'd love
plan?
to do it, and we'll certainly look at it. But I mean, there's nothing easy, and it has to be called Save America, as you just did. A lot of people like to call it the Save Act. Nobody knows. It's Save America. It's voter ID. It's you have to be a citizen to vote.
Proof of citizenship.
Ideally, mail-in voting. You knock the hell out of it. You
make it a budgetary item.
It's good for the military. You know, the military's away. They have to be able to use it, etc. Somebody that's sick, somebody that's away, you can't. And you do mail-in voting, but mail-in voting cut back so that it's fair.
It's tax day. What do you want to make sure people understand about the changes that you put in the tax code in the big, beautiful bill, and how significant are these refunds that people are getting?
Okay, well, the refunds are really significant, and it makes it less complicated to do your tax return, much less complicated. But the people, I mean, I think you're seeing this, you're reporting, everybody's reporting, because now it's gone into effect. And people are getting refunds of $5,000, $8,000, $11,000 that they had no idea they were getting. It's turned out to be better, as good or better than I said it would be.
Is that going to be enough to offset the increase in gasoline prices?
It will be, because gasoline's coming down very soon and very big.
So you think gas prices will be lower before the midterm elections?
I think they'll be much lower before midterm, much lower, yes.
Okay. Now, you've suggested...
I mean, that's on the assumption that we stop a country that cannot have a nuclear weapon. If you give Iran a nuclear weapon, you want to see bad stock markets? You won't have a country. The world will be blown up. You can't do it. You cannot do it. So on the assumption we have that settled, hopefully long before that, and maybe almost immediately, could be very soon. But when that's settled, gas prices are going to go down tremendously, and gasoline, gas prices, cost per barrel, fill up your car, per gallon, any way you look at it, numbers are going to go down. Electricity is going to go down. You know, it fuels sort of everything, not just cars. It fuels the economy. If you get that down, one of the reasons I was so successful in my first term is I was able to keep gasoline prices down. I was able to keep energy down. Now, look, if I decided not to go into Iran, which would have been a terrible thing, for 47 years, no president had the guts to do it, and they should have done it. And I know at least one, and I think all of them that are living, are sitting back watching this and say, we should have done it. This should have been done long before me. It would have been much easier to do. This should have been done long before me.
Mr. President, let me
what
ask
Obama did with that Iran nuclear deal, that was the worst deal ever made. That gave them a path to a nuclear weapon, a short-term path to a nuclear weapon. I terminated it. It was the greatest thing I did. They would have had a nuclear weapon 4 years ago. Then we hit them with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month, maybe 2 weeks. And they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. And they would have used it on us, too. And not just Israel, by the way. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, countries that were shocked when they got hit. You know, these countries were not expected to be hit because they were going after those countries. They were going over to take over the Middle East, and we stopped them.
Okay. So there was that. All right. There was that. Interesting. Again, I mean, we're hearing we're hearing a bunch of things that sound nice and dandy. Like they sound nice and dandy. They sound nice and flowery. Like, you know, we can sit here all day long and get very hopeful about what's going on. You know, about what could transpire here very soon. But let's be real. I believe it when I see it. He's like, oh yeah, you know, things are going to be great. You know, electricity will go down, oil prices will go down, gas will go down, the economy will be on and thriving and popping like crazy. And it sounds wonderful and dandy and all, but you can sit here all day long and paint a euphoric painting, you know, a euphoric picture for me. But if you don't have if you're not in the action of actually doing it yet, there's no point in saying like, oh, I'm going to lasso the moon and bring it down to you. You see that moon? You know what I mean? Like, you can't just Jimmy Stewart this situation. Okay. Just to be completely honest. All right. We got some interesting news that just is happening apparently. 1 second though. I want to make sure I got this info. And Oya, thank you so much. His God complex needs to be studied, sundowning finest. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane what we've been seeing recently. And then what's even more insane is that we have people that are backing him up. Literally are backing him up. The likes of Vice President Vance, which we need to talk about here in a second too, because he was getting catcalled, or not catcalled, I'm sorry, it's not, but he was getting called out. Okay, he was getting heckled. That's what I meant. He was getting heckled at the most recent TP USA event. Not the greatest look for him at all either. And it was a dismal turnout, by the way, for TP USA. Dismal. But hold on. We got to wait, what? What is this? Hold on. There we go. We got to take a look at this. This is interesting.
Then Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth,
It's going down. Pete Hegseth. It's going mother loving down. Articles of impeachment have been introduced against the man, the warmonger, the war horny, dirty little slore, Pete Hegseth.
Armed Forces and obstruction of congressional oversight. So let's talk about it. CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small. Torian, let's get right what, where, when, and why. Who's behind this, and what's the why?
Yeah, Representative Yasmin Ansari from Arizona. She's putting forth this after telegraphing it earlier in the week that this is the direction that she's going. In these articles of impeachment, there are about 6 articles here. It's for unauthorized war use against Iran and reckless endangerment.
I see that it got a little choppy over here, so I'm going to roll that back a little bit because we need to see this whole moment. Okay, I just noticed that it got the feed got a little weird. Okay, yeah, he cut the feed. Okay, he cut the mother-loving feed. So I'm going to do that all over again because we need to see that for ourselves. All right?
Of impeachment introduced in Congress against none other than Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. The allegations: abuse of power, politicization of the armed forces, and obstruction of congressional oversight.
Okay, again, big deals. Big deals. Okay, I'm back. You might have to refresh the page, but I'm here. It just cut out for some weird reason. Okay, but big deal right now. All right, Pete Hegseth hit with impeachment. Insane. Okay, hold on. Let me just check sound. Sane. Okay, hold on. Let me just sane. Okay, and it's working. My sound is good, guys. My sound is good. Don't know why it went and glitched, but it is what it is. Let's continue, though. Okay?
So let's talk about it. CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small. Torian, let's get right to these articles of impeachment. The who, what, where, when, and why. Who's behind this, and what's the why?
Yeah, Representative Yasmin Ansari from Arizona. She's putting forth this after telegraphing it earlier in the week that this is the direction that she's going. In these articles of impeachment, there are about 6 articles here. It's for unauthorized war use against Iran and reckless endangerment of United States service members, violations of the law of armed conflict and targeting civilians, negligence and reckless handling of sensitive military information, obstruction of Congress and oversight, abuse of power, politicization of the armed forces, and conduct bringing disrepute upon the United States and its armed services. I do want to point out, though, that the likelihood that this goes anywhere is pretty low, especially considering this is a member of the minority party who it's unclear if she got backing or the support from Democratic leadership before moving forward with this. On top of that, the threshold for articles or impeaching a cabinet member is pretty high, considering it would have to go through the Senate, even if all Democrats were to support this measure and a handful of Republicans needed to pass it through a simple majority of the House for it to actually stick. But I also got to point out the parallel here between what we saw in the last administration when Republicans looked to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. While it did just narrowly pass out of the House, he was impeached after unsuccessfully being impeached their first effort. It ultimately was dismissed by the Senate, even though the majority in the Senate were Republicans at that time.
Okay, this begs a question.
First off, let me just say this. Floating Lotus just asked, is the establishment going down? I'm telling you right now, there would have to be a lot more going on, Floating Lotus, for the entire establishment to go down. Let's not forget, you got the likes of certain individuals that are willing to, go 10 toes down for Trump right now. You'd think that with everything that's going on with this war, in a way that, there's certain sides that are not cool with this, don't want this to happen, so on and so forth. You'd think that with these turns of events, with what's going on overseas, you'd think that there'd be a change. You see what I'm saying? You'd think that there would be a shift in the administration, but there isn't. And then when you see the likes of these individuals, like what we're seeing right now with Pete Hegseth, or just any of these other people that are doing all these crazy things, you'd think that there'd be and you see that there's a civil war going on in MAGA with MAGA pundits and commentators and all that. You see that there's a civil war going on in real time because there's a lot of people that are not okay with what's going on overseas or how Trump has been acting recently. You'd think that there would be other ones in the administration, in the cabinet, in his cabinet, that would actually be like, yeah, we're not okay with this. We're not for this. But we're not seeing that. In fact, we got people of the likes of J.D. Vance going off and trying to defend Trump with the likes of the Pope, the holiest of holy. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of this just doesn't make any earthly sense. It doesn't. But is the establishment falling apart? We'll see. I don't see it. And here's the other thing, as we're looking at this, articles of impeachment for Pete Hegseth, first off, damn right, it's about damn time. But at the same time, is it going to change anything? That's the massive problem I have. Is it really going to change anything? I don't think it will. That's my concern, that he's going to be able to slip through the cracks, just like Trump has now he's going to do it for the third time here too. He's going to do it for the third time. Remember, in his first term, he was impeached not once, but twice. So now you got a third time. You don't think he's going to be able to slip through the cracks? Because he's got too many people that just are all up his butthole right now? I'm sorry, but I'm just keeping it real. Pete Hegseth, something massive would have to happen for these, for them to actually push forward, for him to actually get impeached, or to actually have him ousted from his position right now. And I just don't know if that's even possible right now. Not with the House like it is. Now, if they did this impeachment articles articles of impeachment introduced after midterms, this might be a completely different ball game. You feel me? Maybe, but it's not. It's not after midterms. It's right now when we're, in the fog of war. Even though they say it's a ceasefire, it's still a war. The war is still going on. So again, like I said, these articles of impeachment, it's a big deal. It gets me excited, but we'll see if it actually sticks, y'all. We will most definitely see if it sticks.
And relative to the articles of impeachment, so right now, as you point out, minority party, it doesn't look like this could have a lot of legs going forward. But what happens if the Democrats take Congress after the midterms? Could this be a bellwether of a plan by Democrats to maybe pursue impeachment again against Mr. Hegseth and other members of the Trump administration?
Sure, it depends on where Democrats want to expend their political capital. Assuming that it's best case scenario for them after the midterms, they win both the House and Senate. Again, the threshold in the Senate for this to actually stick would be pretty high. It would require 2/3 majority there. Just no pathway for it that actually being substantive. And then also it could be pretty divisive when they're looking to regroup for 2028. So I think what we could see is reintroduce these articles of impeachment, but whether or not it will have broad Democratic support in the new membership there, assuming that Democrats turn the tide and win in November, would still mean that the likelihood for Hegseth to be impeached and then removed is still very low, Reed.
Oh. Very low. Very low. Impeachment, not fully likely, exactly, Florida native, okay? And Oya, yes, Erica Swalwell made it even more bad with his mess. Absolutely. He didn't make the situation any better, okay? That dirty, dirty little man, allegedly, okay? Allegedly, but at the same time, not the greatest look, if you ask me. Not the greatest look, if you ask me. So we'll see what happens with that situation, for sure. But like I said, it's a big deal when we see situations like this. We're like, ooh, yeah, bang, bang, bang. This is dope. And I'm excited. I love seeing this because I think they committed war crimes. I think Pete Hegseth already committed many, many war crimes. Let's not forget the most recent war crime. Dropping bombs on a school full of elementary school girls. Let's just start there. Let's just start there. That problem, that I have a massive problem with, and that is a war crime. They're trying to make it seem like, oh yeah, whatever, blah blah blah. It was them. It was Iran. It wasn't us. When it actually was the U.S. that did that. And all that was spearheaded by the likes of Secretary of the Department of War, Pete Hegseth. So again, a lot of these guys kind of, because they're close with Trump, he's going to try to do everything he can to protect them. He'll do everything he can to protect them, but there's only so much he's going to be able to do. And then it's going to be like, this is out of my hands. This is completely out of my hands. I'm sorry, y'all. It is completely out of my hands. Good luck. Good luck. It was great while you were here, but you got to go. Sorry.
Clear eyes on the plus minus of the Iran war. So let's look at it, okay? On the plus side, there is no question the regime seeks death for all infidels, and we're at the top of the list. There's no question the U.S. military has degraded some or even much of the regime's abilities to hurt people in the region. But does that make us safer? It's more likely that safety at home was helped by taking out the Ayatollah and other leaders, such that the regime may be somewhat less capable to export terror to America. Not incapable, but less capable. However, there's an offset uptick in hatred for us now. And we saw some regime-inspired attacks early on here at home by Americans. And now the regime that the Trump administration keeps saying will stay in place will likely hate us more than ever. But the real justification from the president for this unauthorized and largely unwanted war was to stop a nuclear weapon. Again, we do not know Iran was close to having a nuclear weapon, and anyone who says that is not saying something that is accurate. We do know there is reason to believe they were trying to get one, and if Iran had a nuke, they would likely use it. And there would definitely be proliferation by neighboring states, setting the stage for a nuclear showdown in the Middle East, which would be a disaster existentially and, of course, economically. So there is value to us, even here at home, from the regime getting pounded. But the nuclear piece is everything, and it's going to come down to a deal. And we do not look as formidable on the deal-making field as we do with the U.S. military on the battlefield. Even the president is now expressing some doubt about J.D. Vance as a negotiator, but is sticking with him for the next round despite very little reason to believe he's the right man for the job.
I mean, what else? What other choice does he have? Think about that. What other choice does Trump have? He's got his vice president or he's got himself. So either President Trump flies all the way over there and has a conversation and does this peace talk himself, or he brings out the likes of J.D. Vance to get the job done. There's the two choices. Sure, he could probably have like his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, or, by the way, where the hell is Stephen Miller? Where is Dr. Evil? Have we heard anything from Dr. Evil in a while? I'm just saying, have we heard anything about Stephen Miller in a minute? I know that he and his wife are expecting, but it's not like she had the kid already. So it's just interesting that we haven't heard anything much of Stephen Miller, Dr. Evil. We haven't heard nothing from him. So again, you have Witkoff, you have Kushner, or you have Vance. Those are the only three choices he pretty much has. He chose him as a vice president. Let's keep it real. And honestly, with everything that's been going on, I don't see him as president. I know. This is like J.D. Vance's dream, is to be president. I just don't see it. He's very well spoken. Obviously, he's very poised. Yeah. But I just don't see him. I just don't see him as president. Not right now. Because I guarantee you, Trump was probably pissed, being like, yo, wait a second. You mean to tell me you couldn't make this deal happen? What? You know for a fact he's mad about it. Yeah, that's true, Rose City. I mean, Vance does not have enough experience in doing this stuff, but who does? I'm just saying, when you're new to the game, like, do you think Trump knew what to do, with these world leaders? Sure, he's dealt with the crazies and he's dealt with a lot of rich and powerful people, sure. But I'm just saying, Trump's situation is a little bit more unique than the average bear. So when you got somebody who's still very brand new, still wet behind the ears, being thrust into this new world of negotiation and talking to certain people about war and stopping the killings, right? Yeah, it's a little fish out of water. It's a little new. So you'd think or hope that Trump's maybe coaching him on how to have these conversations. Because if they really are going to have a full-on conversation again, either tomorrow or within this weekend, as far as peace talks, you think that they might have like a come to Jesus moment, or actually come to Trump moment, because he thinks he's Dr. Jesus, okay, and he kind of coaches him real quick, like, JD, come here, I need you to sit your ass right down, right there, sit your ass down. All right, this is what's going on. This is what you need to do. All right, when you walk in, you do this. That's what he needs to do now. Because if they're asking for a proposed 20-year enrichment ban, let me tell you something. I don't even need to say anything. I just need to play this sound effect. That's it. How do you think Iran's going to react to that? You really think that they're going to be cool with a 20-year enrichment ban? Let me just say it. Hell to the no. Hell no, they're not going to be okay with that. So good luck trying to make deals. The art of the deal. They are not going to get that. They are not going to get that. It would have to be a stroke of miracles. Okay? Not just one stroke, multiple strokes of miracles, plural. Okay? But let me continue. I'm only going to play a little bit more of this Cuomo clip. Okay? We got some things to get into, so let's go.
So, has this been worth it? If you don't get a deal that keeps us safe from nuclear capabilities, it's hard to justify it. Now, let's look at it. More countries are buying American energy because of the Strait of Hormuz thing. Is that going to make up for what it's costing us? Probably not. But China is now buying from us. That's a major concession, agreeing to restart large purchases of U.S. energy. But
China.
But again, does that offset? Just this week, a war budget expert at Harvard estimated the war is actually costing twice what the administration says. $2 billion a day. And remember, that's short term. In the long term, the Iran war is estimated to potentially cost $1 trillion over the next decade. Why? This is going to go on for a decade? No, but when you amortize the costs, replacing the missiles, replacing the interceptors, repairing and replacing our facilities, repairing Gulf energy sites, increasing the baseline Pentagon budget as is being requested, the increasing cost of borrowing, and many other hidden costs. And that's not the main financial burden if you think about it, because the government can print money, right? We cannot. Just today, we learned wholesale inflation surged 4% last month, thanks to the war. And when wholesale inflation goes up, most prices follow. Small businesses are seeing manufacturing price spikes. And after the tariffs, which they're still paying, by the way, they've about taking all they can. And they're also seeing less buyers and less consumer confidence. As you know, prices are up on most things that matter. And now we hear some at the Fed are already indicating they're going to have to raise rates again, despite more and more of us living off credit cards to pay for basic purchases. And the top of that list, healthcare. By far the biggest economic concern among Americans now. Premiums for large employer plans, up 9%. Premiums for small businesses, 11%. Premiums for ACA plans, about 1 in 4 people. 26% on average. For those who had the enhanced subsidies, up over 100%. Some as high as 700%. Remember, Congress has still not passed those subsidies despite overwhelming support for them by Americans. Bottom line, the president has a tough case to make that the war is worth the cost, especially if a nuclear deal that is impressive doesn't happen, and soon. So, let's discuss. The president is saying there may be a second round of peace talks, as I told you. The vice president just gave us insight into where their head is in terms of the deal to strike.
He doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. Iran is not state sponsoring terrorism, but also the people of Iran can thrive and prosper and join the world economy. If you guys commit to not having a nuclear weapon, we are going to make Iran thrive. We're going to make it economically prosperous, and we're going to invite the Iranian people into the world economy in a way they haven't been in my entire life. And that's the kind of Trumpian grand bargain that the president has put on the table.
Wow.
But like, is that even like a possibility, let alone a probability? Thank you for...
Yeah. Yeah, it is very hard to believe the hype. I'm just going to be real. It is very, very hard to fully believe the mother-loving hype. But we've been dealing with nothing but hype for the longest time. And of course, you know, JD Vance was at the TPUSA event. And if you guys did not see that video, the pop-up video I did yesterday, Erica Kirk was supposed to do another interview with him. Maybe this time wearing something more appropriate, not supple black leather, okay? Not supple black pleather scraps, okay? If you guys remember that, all right. She did not show up because she was getting threats. She had threats about showing up for this particular event where she was going to talk to JD Vance. And the part of me is like, what if it was Usha that did that? What if she called that in? You know, I'm joking. But what if she was like, you put your hands on my man one more time? You know what I'm saying? Because that embrace, he could have impregnated her with that kind of embrace. That was more than just a warm embrace. That was a hot embrace. You know, and it almost like she was so close that she said to him in his ear, I'm ovulating. You know what I'm saying? It's not that you don't want that. Not when you married. Okay, you spoken for, you got that ring on your finger, and you hugging, and you putting your hip to hips. It's wrong. It's wrong. But she didn't show up because she was scared. She was worried, and she apparently received death threats if she showed up to this TPUSA event. Now, what's interesting is there's footage out there showing the TPUSA event, and it's dismal. Like, it's a whole arena, and 90% of it is empty. Everybody's on the floor. You know, maybe a couple thousand people at best, but dismal turnout. And so while JD Vance is up there doing his thing, talking to Andrew Colvett, talking about all this stuff, he gets hit by a heckler. Not hit, but I mean, you know, a heckler screams out at him basically saying, you're killing children, right? And it's interesting what he says in here. And so we got to take a look at this clip, but it says JD Vance, all right, it says JD Vance just gave a speech at the TPUSA event, which normally is a friendly crowd forum, but this time he was met with a brave voice in the audience, basically saying you're unaliving children. The guy just kept screaming it over and over and over again. And what's interesting is that it's not far from the truth. It's actually the truth. Sorry, not sorry. You got people who are out here. Let's be real. These are the same people that will sit there and say, you know, we must protect our children, you know, anti-abortion, that kind of thing, right? And then they go off and they do these things to the children in other countries. Sorry, but are you someone who's trying to preserve the youths or not? So somebody said more of this, please. The war criminals should be protested everywhere they go. Let's take a look at this clip. And it's just interesting how he's trying to defend the situation. He should have just been like, you know, there's moments where you just need to shut the up. You know what I mean?
Administration, like the administration that solved the problem, but the president. Excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years, because we have taken that situation seriously. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of about our administration, is whether it's the administration, like the administration that solved the problem, but the president. Excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years, because we have taken that situation seriously. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of about our administration.
Okay, so, you know, to me, it's you can go and you could try to do your best to move the goalpost as best as you can, but it still ain't going to change a doggone thing. You can literally go out here and piss on somebody, but they ain't going to believe you when you tell them that it's raining. You see what I'm saying? So, when I see stuff like this, it's like, listen, just take the L, man. Just shut up. Just take the L. You could tell he's struggling to answer that heckler. And get ready, because there's going to be more hecklers coming out. There's going to be more people speaking out and going to say worse than what what this heckler's saying, because what this heckler's saying is true. He is. It is. We got something else we got to take a look at. This is also interesting. This was breaking when we were watching the press conference with Caroline, okay, and the tax man. All right. But U.S. military defies Trump over Hormuz blockade with chilling warning. Be prepared to be boarded. So the U.S. military has warned ships in the Strait of Hormuz, prepare to board it as it enforces Trump's blockade. So U.S. CENTCOM released audio of this ominous radio message on Wednesday, even as the president stated that it is permanently opening the strait. So the U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports in coastal areas. A military officer said, "This is a legal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving and discontinue transit to Iran if that is your next port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade." Wait, what? That you see that it don't make no sense, right? You see that it doesn't make any sense, right? Yeah, now we are the pirates. Now we're the Somalians. Ain't that interesting? Have the pendulum have swung. Ain't that interesting, right? Now we the pirates. Arg me matey. Time to get me booty. Yes. Now they are literally saying, prepare to be boarded. If you're coming this way, we getting on that boat. And we taking that No, I don't know if they're taking anything, but that's interesting, right? Let me repeat this again. They announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports in coastal areas. But Trump stated that they were permanently opening the strait. So what's going on? This is a legal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving and discontinue transit to Iran if that is your next port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade. The blockade shouldn't even be existing right now. You understand that? The blockade should be gone because, right, the Strait of Hormuz should be open permanently right now, right? The officer warns that any vessels breaching the blockade will be boarded for interdiction and seizure, and that we will use force. Perfect photo for Trump. He's like, I said it was open. I know, I said it was open. I don't understand. That is it. That is it. That is it. We will use force if need be. So are we open or are we closed? What's going on here? What's popping? Brand new whip just hopped in. What's going on? Is the Strait of Hormuz open or is it closed, baby? Seriously, what's cracking? Oh, there's more Pete. There's more Brian Noam cockeyed titties situations going on. They're never letting it go. This is a case they're never letting it go. We're gonna talk about that in a little bit, I'm sure, but I'm still a little confused. Aren't you? What's going on here, guys? What is going on? Boy, 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 oh boy. Well, let us continue on. Because I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little confused. And I don't have dementia last I checked. Did we just not hear earlier that he said, Strait of Hormuz, gonna be open. Strait of Hormuz, the Hormuz Strait, permanently open. I'm doing it for them and also the world. This is a situation that has never happened again, that will never, ever happen again. So what's going on? What's true and what's not? Because now they're saying they're going to board ships if they try to get in there. If they try to get into the Strait of Hormuz. Is there communication that's a bit frayed right now? Vlad, that's a good question. How will Trump keep the Strait of Hormuz open? That's a good question. At some point, the U.S. Navy got to return home. Then what happens? Shaking my head. I'm wondering the same damn thing. What's going to happen next? Because now you got them saying, oh, yeah, oh, no, you're not allowed to get through this blockade. The hell you talking about? You're funny. This dude funny, guys. Dude is funny. He thinks he can get it through the strait. Yeah, we taking this stuff. Yeah, all of it. All that you're sitting on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because we can. He's asking why. Because we can. That's it. Unbelievable. We got more, though, which is also something very interesting because you got the likes of someone like a Catholic congressman, okay, Ted Lieu, has just released a torching statement about Trump and Vance mocking Jesus, mocking the Jesus, and demands an apology. He says, stop doing stupid stuff like attacking the Pope. It's very clear when you look at the Bible that you don't have false idols and you don't mock God. Let's take a listen to this. This is crazy. A congressman is now sitting here saying, shut up and sit down. Crazy. You messing with the big man upstairs? Shut up.
What is Trump focused on? Attacking the Pope. We call on Republicans and Donald Trump to focus on the cost of living emergency and to stop doing stupid stuff like attacking the Pope. Now, I happen to be Catholic. I chose to get baptized in college. It turns out when you do that, you have to take a whole series of courses on the Bible. And it's very clear that when you look at the Bible, there's a lot of themes, but two of them are that you do not have false idols, and second, you do not mock God. And so
I feel that's fair and safe. I mean, you don't have to go to school to learn that. You can learn that from just going straight up to church. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good. I get it. He converted. He's a converti. He's a convertible. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Glad he found Jesus. Glad he found his faith. Beautiful situation. But yes, you could have learned that in church in like one day at church. But yeah, good on you, brother. Damn right.
Exodus 20, 3-5 says, you shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above or on the earth beneath or in the waters below. In addition to attacking the Pope, Donald Trump posted an image of himself like Jesus. He should not be making a false idol of himself. No one should be worshiping Donald Trump. He needs to apologize for that deeply offensive post. And then you got J.D. Vance going around, who just lies like water. So he just lies all the time. And so when asked about Donald Trump's Jesus post, J.D. Vance says, oh, that was a joke. Well, this is what the Bible says about that. Galatians 6:7 says, do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. So Donald Trump is going to reap what he sows. And again, Trump needs to apologize for his deeply offensive image that is very offensive to many Christians and Catholics in the United States.
Wow. So now he basically saying karma's coming for him. Ain't that wild? He just said karma is coming for you. If you don't make right, you better get right with God, because it's coming. That is wild. That is freaking wild. Hold on. Something just got brought to my attention. This cannot be real. This cannot be real. Hold on. This cannot be real. What? Hold on. Is this for real? I hate when they don't allow you to do a dang thing. Okay, something just happened, and this is something that's very interesting. I don't know how much of this is true or not, but we need to take a look at this. Apparently, U.S. is now just getting told that Russia is planning to put nuclear weapons in space. What? Russia plans to put nuclear weapons in orbit for quote-unquote space Pearl Harbor. You know what happened with Pearl Harbor, the original, okay? Well, you had two men falling in love with the same woman. You know, she was a very pretty brunette nurse. They were best friends all through childhood. Damn good pilots, but then they had to go and fly off and fight in the war. And then of course, then Pearl Harbor, the attack of Pearl Harbor kind of separated them, and made a huge problem because Josh Hartnett's character, was truly deeply in love with the nurse, and then Ben Affleck's character was absolutely in love with her too. So these best buddies just couldn't get along. I mean, we all know what happened at Pearl Harbor. And then you had the black guy, the one black guy, you had Cuba, okay, not the country. Cuba, get on the big, heavy artillery thing, just shooting planes, you know what I'm saying? As all hell was breaking loose at Pearl Harbor. You know what I mean? And then, one of them had to die. You know what I'm saying? It was terrible, man. And then the one that she really wanted to be with is the one that you know what I'm saying? We all know what happened with Pearl Harbor. Now they want to put it in space. Thank you, Ella James. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure you guys are awake. I just want to make sure y'all are with me. Okay. That's not what actually happened at Pearl Harbor. Okay. Let's be real. It's a movie. It's just a movie. Okay. But at the same time, we all know what happened with the real Pearl Harbor. And now I guess Putin is trying to build a station out there. So Russia is planning a nuclear weapon in space to target satellites in an attack that could cause global mayhem. A U.S. military chief has warned. I'm sorry. So General Whitting, the head of U.S. Space Command, not Space Force, sorry, Space Force, told the Times that America was, quote unquote, very concerned about the Kremlin's plan. It's part of a pattern of increased Russian aggression in space since the start of the Ukraine war, the four-star general also revealed. That has included sustained satellite communication and GPS jamming, which is so large scale that it is putting civilian airliners at risk. Oh, we ain't flying anytime soon, babies. Like, I wonder how far they've gotten with this, you know? How far have they gotten with this? So, alongside his stark warnings, Whitting called on Sir Starmer's government to significantly increase its very thin space defense budget to tackle the growing threat from Moscow, as well as China. In an interview with The Times, the General and the Journalist podcast this week, Whitting said Russia remains a sophisticated space power and they continue to invest in outer space weapons. They are thinking about placing in orbit a nuclear anti-satellite weapon that could hold at risk everyone's satellites in low Earth orbit. And that would be an outcome that we just couldn't tolerate. This is Whitting right here. He's basically saying the next big war is likely to start in space. What in the hell? Asked about Russia's motivations for the project, he said, from a Russian perspective, they look at the United States, they look at NATO, and they see an overmatch there of conventional arms. And they believe that novel ways of trying to undermine the U.S. and NATO, such as neutralizing our space capabilities, helps them to level the battlefield. I won't speak about our intelligence sources and methods, but obviously it's a report that we're very concerned about. A nuclear weapon in space would be a major violation of the outer space treaty to which Russia is a signatory. Whitting's intervention is the most forthright public statement yet about the threat from a senior U.S. military officer. Moscow's ambitions first emerged 2 years ago after Pentagon officials briefed members of Congress about it behind closed doors in February of 2024. Since then, the U.S. House Intelligence Committee has been urging the White House to declassify what is known about the project as politicians can discuss the national security threat. Nuclear detonation in low orbit, defined as between 300 to 1,200 miles above Earth, could destroy and eventually degrade as many as 10,000 satellites and 80% of the total in space. On top of the hammer blow to military intelligence and targeting, which much of the world's civilization, satellite communications for internet and mobile phones, as well as GPS services, would also fail. It has been called a space Pearl Harbor. Although Russia's attempts to jam Western satellites have largely been for military purposes, such as obstructing targeting help to Ukraine, Whitting warned was being carried out recklessly. The problem with GPS jamming is it's being done in a way that's affecting civil aviation in Eastern Europe and across Southern Europe, he said. When we put at risk civilian airliners full of citizens just trying to go on business or on holiday, that's incredibly problematic. We do not want to see this normalization. So, of course, his U.S. Space Command, headquartered at Peterson Space Force base in Colorado, is in charge of all the American military operations 100 kilometers and further above sea level. Space domain has fundamentally transformed over the last decade, the general said, because of the threats we now see in space, where China and Russia build a suite of operational space weapons. Like, just hold on. Let's just take a moment here. Because now we're talking about, we're talking about something I didn't think we were going to talk about today. We talking about space. So now they're going, hey, well, if we can't go through, let's go above. That's literally what they're thinking. Instead of like, oh, I can't see. We can't get through this way. So we're going to go above and down. So that's exactly what they're doing. Ain't that wild? It's like we can't sail through the sea. We can't fly in the air, because they'll catch us. But if we're up there, all we got to do is aim down. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. And they're building a suite of operational space weapons. This is China and Russia, not just Russia by themselves. It's China as well. Trump better have a conversation with them. Oh my damn. Oh my damn. Despite Moscow's actions, Whitting named China as America's biggest competitor in space. The superpower has moved breathtakingly fast in space and has developed its own space arsenal that includes satellite communications and GPS jammers, directed energy weapons, and anti-satellite rockets. So they already have that stuff already built and already launched in space? Whitting said Britain must spend much more on space if it wants its armed forces to be able to compete on today's battlefield. Britain's military has one of the smallest space budgets in any major NATO country, with the UK spending less than 1% of its defense money on space. Germany spends 4% of its defense budget on space, and France 3%. And both countries have announced major increases. While the U.S. spends 4.1% of its military budget on space this year, plans were recently announced to double to that, more than $71 billion annually, which is close to the UK's entire annual defense budget today. Damn. Well, they tiny, they small, so I get it, But that's wild. $71 billion annually just so we could talk about things in space, just so we can have things up there to protect ourselves in space. From my perspective, a modern military is going to have to increase its investments in space, given the threats that are now arrayed against us. Certainly in the U.S., we have recognized that will require additional investment. And that's the journey that we're on. I won't pretend to try to tell the treasury of the British government how much money to spend on what parts of its defense. I'll just say, I think it's going to require more and additional investment if you're going to maintain capable armed forces in this world in which we find ourselves. The next big war will likely be a war that starts in space, Whitting warned. Have mercy. Yo, I mean, let's be real. Russia ain't nothing to play with. China ain't nothing to play with. Like, this is all very, very bad. This has the potential for absolute disaster. Can you imagine that if we had like defense system? I mean, I can imagine it now that we're seeing it in real time, that, you see it in the movies, but my Lord, imagine having that, like, defense systems floating in space. Imagine that. That is insane. Hold on. I'm just seeing if the news is even talking about this. I mean, aside from the Times talking about this, because that is just insane. Hold on, we got something else new too going on. Yeah, I don't see anybody talking about that, which is insane. There's a little bit of something that's going on, so I'm going to play this for you guys real quick. Apparently, a crisis for Iran, regime facing major new fallout. What the heck is going on here? Oops. What? That was weird.
The U.S. blockade of Iranian ports is fully implemented. Central Command announcing 0 ships have made it into or out of those Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. The president's blockade is turning up the heat on that Islamic regime, possibly forcing it back to the negotiating table even as soon as in a couple of days. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper says this. In less than 36 hours since the blockade was implemented, U.S. forces have completely halted economic trade going into and out of Iran by sea. The blockade is a military operation. According to CENTCOM, more than 10,000 service members, more than a dozen U.S. warships, and dozens of aircraft are involved in this. And this picture gives us a very clear look at how the blockade in the Gulf of Oman is being enforced. The Gulf is a larger body of water near the Strait of Hormuz that provides more space for military operations. And from that vantage point, our military can identify ships earlier on the sea and track them over a longer distance. That leaves more time to determine whether ships can have passage or need to be turned around. And that is happening. President Trump is talking about the progress due to what you see there.
It's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think, we've obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
Retired Black Hawk helicopter pilot and battalion commander Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb in focus coming up.
Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about this whole blockade situation. Let me grab this here. Thank you so much, Belen Nicole. If it's cut in half, but thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Very, very much. Thank you. Let me just pull this here. How about that? Yeah, Bella Nicole, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Pascal, did you also see the reports recently that Russia was offering to extract the uranium from Iran in the peace talks? No bueno, cabron. I didn't see that, but that'd be wild if that was the case. Like I would trust them. You know what I mean? Like, that would be dumb. So I can't. That'd be insane if that were true. That would be insane. You know. But here's the thing. I want to play this because I know I said that we would talk about the nuke experts. Those nuclear experts that just suddenly just keep disappearing. We definitely have got to have a conversation about that for sure, because something weird is going on. Okay, there have been these experts that are just scientists that have just been disappearing left and right, and it doesn't make any earthly sense. A lot of us are trying to figure out what the hell's going on and why this happened. And the thing is it hasn't been a very prominent conversation. Like, the news is slowly starting to talk about this, but we're not hearing much about it, which is insane. And our homegirl Lauren Conlon has been all over this, so we're going to be seeing her in some of these interviews here because it's so weird. What's going on with these scientists, right? What is going on? Let's go over to breaking points here and check this out.
Is Lauren Conlon. She is the East Coast contributor for LA Magazine. Lauren, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Sure. Thank you for having me and covering this story.
Yeah, so let's talk. I mean, we've had a great amount of interest, a lot of inquiries around all of these missing scientists and some of these mysterious circumstances. Let's put this latest one up here on the screen. We have a missing nuclear official becomes the 10th person tied to this dark pattern surrounding U.S. secrets. So top line, Lauren, you've actually dug into the circumstances of these. Is this a real story? Or is the Daily Mail or the tabloids, are they making it more out than it should be? Or should we all really be paying attention?
I mean, I think we should all be paying attention. I think this is very important that this is coming to light. So I think the people that say, oh, well, it's a coincidence because this happened in 2022. This happened in 2019. No one was paying attention then, but we're paying attention now. And what we're seeing is a pattern. And I don't want to sound cliche here because I think what's going on beyond some of the mysterious circumstances of these deaths or of these disappearances. We're seeing names like Michael David Hicks, who was a NASA scientist. And, off the top of my head, I'm like, well, I don't necessarily think that it's so odd that there's no cause of death listed. He didn't have an autopsy. We don't know his religion, et cetera. But then when you see a pattern, someone else whose deaths kind of echoed that, like Frank Maywald. You have to wonder, is it one? Possibly, and I'm speculating, they did take their own life, and this is because out of respect for the family, they don't want this out there. Or is it the elephant in the room here? Is it something bigger? Is it something connected to the government where these people have a lot of classified information? I don't even want to, I've gotten a lot of heat for saying that. Sure. And I want to be clear, I don't have proof of anything, but I am just saying the elephant in the room. The government is not above this, and it doesn't always go through the president. The president doesn't always know what the hell is going on.
Right? May
Exactly.
not even be our government.
And so I go back to saying, Tim Burchett, love him, love the guy, but he's like, President Trump will disrupt. He will do this. Okay, go for it. We'll all be waiting. I just don't see that happening. President Clinton said he wanted to release the JFK files, also the UFO files. That never happened. Obama, really wanted to release the UAP files, talked very highly about Area 51. Nothing happened there. There's a reason for that, guys. And I know that whistleblowers have come out and said that we might be ready, right? As a society, we might be ready. I think it's twofold. I think it's a tough answer. What I will say, why we want more transparency now and why the House Oversight Committee is demanding these 46 UAP videos is because we are at war, guys. I mean, it is very important because if you look at this list of videos, they do indicate some videos, some UAPs are flying over Iran in 2022, Syria, one shaped like a cigar. We're talking about conflict areas. So we are not able to tell in real time if this is a drone, if this is a UAP, or if this is some kind of enemy defense. And so I think that, us getting transparency, it'll be a big, big difference in whether or not we face disaster or defense.
Well, and let's get this next headline up on the screen. This is from the New York Post last week on the case of Michael Hicks. Another mysterious NASA death as ninth scientist linked to secret programs dies. Now, in the case of Michael Hicks, this death was in July of 2023. The Post reports, quote, "It is unclear if there's any foul play linked to Hicks's death, but his obituary asks for donations in his memory to go to Alcoholics Anonymous." He joins 8 other scientists or top officials who have died or disappeared recently. A couple of things I just want to zero in just from that last paragraph. First of all, evidence of foul play limited in this case. Looks like they're asking for donations to Alcoholics Anonymous. Secondly, when they say, quote, recently, this is a death back in 2023. People are going into the records, doing what journalists should do and trying to connect the dots, see if there are any more dots to be found, frankly. So are there similarities that stand out in these cases? I have seen a couple of them where it seems like maybe there's a substance pre-existing substance condition, but that doesn't, or substance abuse condition, but we don't have any confirmation. We don't know what that actually could mean in the context of the deaths and disappearances. Even that question of which of these are deaths and which of these are disappearances, now that we're up to 10, it's sort of all hard to wrap your head around. So maybe help us find patterns that you've noticed.
Yeah, you're right about that. And we don't have enough info. I am in the process of reaching out to certain family members that I can find. Some of these deaths, though, and I'm talking specifically about the deaths that we are 100% confirmed on, like Carl Grillmair, these are very fresh. I don't feel, as a human being, just comfortable reaching out to a widow right away, right? But, Michael David Hicks, it's been a few years, and I go back to saying, I don't necessarily think that his death is directly connected to, let's say, General McCaslin's death. I think Michael David Hicks's death could be more connected to Frank Maywald. And possibly, yes, they were dealing with substance abuse issues. And that could be connected to everything that they were working on, everything that they knew. And I don't have proof of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
So can you just explain a little bit, if people aren't super familiar, like General McCaslin, you and I are familiar, Frank Maywald as well. What were they working on? What's the possible connection? Because you've done a great job of actually highlighting the suspicious circumstances around these.
Yeah, so Frank Maywald, he was a NASA JPL scientist. He was a principal researcher at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. And so he was trying to detect signs of human life on other planets. I obviously don't know what he found. He knows what he found. I'm assuming a handful of people know what he found. I don't think Congress knew what he found, but I don't know. And Carl Grillmair, what I will say about his death, I connect Carl Grillmair's, let's go back. I will say Neil McCaslin's death. General Neil McCaslin, he was a retired Air Force general, and he retired a number of years ago, but he was stationed at one point at Wright-Patterson. That's in Ohio, and if you're not familiar, reportedly, they hold extraterrestrial debris from the 1947 Roswell crash there. Again, I've never seen it with my own eyes, but he also worked with Monica Reza there, and she was a rocket science. She co-patented the Mondaloy, or co-invented the Mondaloy. So she was very, very intelligent, as was General McCaslin, and Monica Reza disappeared while hiking in June of 2025 in California. And Neil McCaslin disappeared in February of 2025, just walking out of his house in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So these are months apart. Monica Reza gives me chills, number one. She seemed to have disappeared into thin air. She was behind a friend or two while hiking about 30 feet. It's kind of like they look back and they're like, hey, and then a second later, or I don't even know, a minute later, she's gone. Vanishes into thin air. There's very little known about this search, but what I could find was that they had a canine dog. They were sniffing around. They found a hat. Her scent stopped at this hat. I mean, what? And she was actually marked deceased and had like some kind of biodegradable burial. And I know that anybody can go online and do this. I understand how that works. But that's very odd that someone would do that when there was no body and there was no statement from NASA, no nothing. We just kind of skimmed over this. And what I'll say is, and again, I don't have proof, but former FBI agent Chris Swecker, he has a lot of great information and a lot of great intel about what happens when these people are possibly kidnapped and tortured for intelligence. And he's not saying it's by our own government, right?
Right.
We don't know who it is. We're not saying that it's not.
Yeah.
Right? But there's all these options. And then Neil McCaslin, this is very similar to the 10th person missing, the 10th official, Stephen Garcia. Both of them were last seen in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I mentioned General McCaslin walked out of his home. At the time, his wife didn't know if any guns were missing from his gun safe, but officials from the sheriff's office later reported that he was missing a revolver. He didn't take his phone, didn't take his wallet, nothing that he would need, not his glasses. And Stephen Garcia, and I think I mentioned this was February of 2026. Stephen Garcia, he is another official tied to, he had top security clearance at KCNSC out of New Mexico. He was in charge of all of the classified equipment and assets, tens of thousands of dollars. And, this is through a source. I do not know his job description, verbatim here, but he also was last seen walking around New Mexico with a handgun. And
I mean, listen, you can't tell me that all these individuals, there's no connection and there's no coincidence. You see what I'm saying? All of them just end up either go missing or they end up perished. I mean, you can miss me with the nonsense, making it seem like, it just happened to be a coinky dink. Well, these individuals some of them are nowhere to be found. Some of them are gone and have disappeared. So again, it's weird to me when we hear stuff like this. Missing nuclear official becomes 10th person tied to dark pattern surrounding U.S. secrets. So another person with links to America's nuclear secrets has gone missing as the disturbing list of deaths and disappearances in recent years continues to grow. So Stephen Garcia, like she was just talking about a little bit ago, or just a second ago, vanished without a trace on August 28th, 2025. He was last seen leaving his Albuquerque, New Mexico home on foot, carrying a weapon. Miss Ruth, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Okay, but that doesn't make any sense. He walks out of his crib with a pew and then just what, right? An anonymous source tells the Daily Mail, the article we're reading here, that Garcia was a government contractor working for the Kansas City National Security Campus, a major facility in Albuquerque that plays a key behind-the-scenes role in America's national defense. Specifically, the KCNSC manufactures more than 80% of all the non-nuclear components that go into building the military's nuclear weapons. Garcia allegedly served as a property custodian at KCNSC's New Mexico facility, giving him a top security clearance and broad access to the entire site's nuclear secrets. The source described Garcia's work as a quote unquote very high level overseeing position for all the assets, tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in equipment and assets, some of which are not classified. Others would be classified. The government contractor's sudden disappearance marks the 10th person with ties to America's space and nuclear secrets who has died or mysteriously vanished in recent years, putting U.S. national security experts on edge. Moreover, 4 of these officials have vanished without a trace in almost the same manner as Garcia, and all had a connection to U.S. nuclear secrets or rocket technology. Come on, y'all. Here are some of the faces and the names. Frank Maywald, found gone. Carl Gromar, gone. We already talked about Stephen Garcia. He's still missing. You got Michael David Hicks, NASA research scientist, gone. Monica Reza, still missing. You got Neil, they were calling him Neil McCaslin. He's still missing. Oversaw research at the Air Force Research Laboratory in Kirkland. That's crazy. Melissa Casillas, hopefully I'm saying that right, administrative assistant. She's missing. And then you have Anthony Chavez, missing from another Los Alamos National Lab. And they're all, let's be real. Some of them are missing. Some of them have been found dead. Okay? So let's be real. His work found planet with water. This is what Carl Gromar, some of his work, right? The top scientist, Frank Maywald, top scientist detecting signs of alien life. But all these people are gone, either dead or missing. And this is a coinky dink. You got another thing coming, y'all. The Daily Mail reached out to the KCNSC and the United States Department of Energy, which owns and oversees the facility, to confirm Garcia's work at the site and for comment on his disappearance. According to police in Albuquerque, Garcia was last spotted on surveillance cameras walking out of his home at Cattail Court Southwest in a green camouflage shirt and shorts just after 9 a.m. local time. He was also seen carrying a handgun, and authorities warned that Garcia may be a danger to himself. However, the anonymous source disputed any suggestions that the nuclear official may have been, thinking bad things or was battling mental health issues. He was a very stable person, they declared, adding that the possibility of Garcia being the target of foreign spies makes the most sense. Former FBI Assistant Director Swecker previously told the Daily Mail, "Our scientists have been targeted for a long time, especially in the rocket propulsion area, by hostile foreign intelligence services." Days after Garcia's disappearance, the KCNSC reportedly launched a desperate search for the missing contractor, including going through his work computers, emails, and files for any clues to his whereabouts, but nothing has been found. It's a little strange that these people just keep disappearing. I mean, he literally just walked off into the desert with a firearm and a bottle of water, and that's it, the source said, comparing it to the disappearance of retired Air Force General William Neal McCaslin, which we have right here. He was the one that this caught my attention when he was announced missing. And this was just a week ago or something like that. Or a few weeks ago, my correction. Okay, McCaslin. This is a photo of, here he is. There's Garcia walking with a weapon and with a bottle of water. Shorts, camo shirt, walking down the street. Caslin, who also lived in Albuquerque, vanished after leaving his home as well. February 27th of 2026, just a few weeks ago. All right? Just a few weeks ago. With no phone, wearable devices, or his prescription glasses. The Air Force veteran was carrying a .38 caliber revolver. So he walked out of his home with a pew-pew as well. What in the hell? Two other individuals in New Mexico with connection to U.S. nuclear facilities disappeared under identical circumstances in 2025. We have Chavez and Casillas, both worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, one of the nation's most important nuclear research sites. So Chavez worked at the laboratory until his retirement in 2017, although his role there has not been made clear. Casillas, 54, was an active administrative assistant at the facility and is believed to have had top security clearance. Both were last seen leaving their homes in New Mexico on foot, leaving behind their cars, keys, wallets, and phones before disappearing without a trace less than 4 months before Garcia disappeared. All three, Garcia, Chavez, and Casillas, have been tied to General McCaslin, who was the former commander of the Air Force Research Lab and oversaw research at Kirtland Air Force Base from 2001 to 2004. So Kirkland, KCNSC, and LANL work closely together on national security projects, especially research involving America's nuclear capabilities. And all of them just happened to just walk out their front doors and left everything behind. And you mean to tell me that they just left on their own, just all willy-nilly, and this is a completely normal thing? Something weird is going on here, guys. Something weird is most definitely going on here. That is not making any earthly sense, if you ask me. Okay? Wait, hold on. Let me get this. Melissa just said that's what they're doing at Zorro Ranch. Shoot, you never know now. You never know what's going on at Zorro Ranch or what has happened at Zorro Ranch. We don't even know anymore. Okay? But that is some weird stuff, guys. That is very odd. Yeah, it's a dun for sure. I'm going to hit it. All of them just walking out willy-nilly, all by themselves. Some of them walked out with weapons in tow, and some of them just walked out their front door, never to be seen or heard from ever again, leaving all of their possessions behind and just walking out the door. Why did that happen? What's going on here? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Some of them walked out with guns in their hands. Something ain't right. Something most definitely ain't right. Yeah, we're going to cockeyed titties. Yeah, we're doing it. F it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're back in the conversation about Brian Noam, because apparently they are in some serious debt. $2.6 million in debts revealed. An itemized list of his X-rated spending, leaving everyone in Washington asking the same alarming question. Like, how did they get married? How did she, or like more importantly, how did she even get this job? You know? How did they even get this? How did she even get this mother-loving job? You don't think that they could have found this out just by doing a quick deep dive into his stuff? Cockeyed titties? So Kristi Noem and her bimbo-loving husband, Brian, took out more than $2.6 million in loans since 2020, while the father of three spent huge sums on busty OF models. He was just blasting cash on them curvatures. Crazy. Federal government public financial disclosures filed by the former Department of Homeland Security Secretary in 2025 listed between 2.6, we're just going to say 2.6 million and at least 3.3 million of debt taken on in the last 5 years. Maybe, maybe it was keeping up with the Trumps, keeping up with MAGA, maybe they were just too busy trying to keep up with everybody else. And they're just like, F it, we'll just take out money. And, and that was getting him frustrated. So he had to rub one out every time. So he had to call up Kristi, you know what I mean? And, not Kristi, I'm sorry. And talk to Bambi. And he's just like, tell me my balloons look good, tell me my balloons look good. Say it again. You know what I mean? She's like, you're bad. I like your balloons. Oh, you know what I mean? Maybe that's what's going on here. And so he's just blasting more cash so he can blast some, you know what I'm saying? So he can pop a balloon. Okay, so he can continue bussing. That's basically what I'm saying. All right. So the Daily Mail has reviewed evidence suggesting that over the same period, Brian repeatedly splashed tens of there's a double meaning in that. Splashed tens of I didn't write that. They did. Splashed tens of thousands of dollars on his roster of self-described bimbos. Yeah, like he's like, oh, Bambi. Receipts dating back to January of 2023 show an account linked to Brian, 56, sending more than $30,000 to a corn performer, Nicole Ricagno, hopefully I'm saying that right, who prides herself on her Barbie doll, 2,800 cc's boobs. That's a whole lot of liquid in them. That's a lot of sack in them boobies. Wow. So we'll just call her Nicole. So Nicole, 47, said he shelled out big bucks for her Louboutin shoes, diamond rings, or a Louis Vuitton handbag, and paid thousands for her surgery up top and other body modifications. Brian had her on a monthly $1,500 retainer for years. She claimed paying for Ashley charged chats and raunchy videos. Another woman, there's more. Another woman whom Brian sent photos of himself wearing women's clothing and balloons stuffed under his shirt, cockeyed titties, shared receipts for $25,000, of payments from accounts linked to the rancher and businessman or woman, if you're feeling squirrely. Anyway, his name is Crystal. At least two other women were also paid thousands of dollars over multiple years by the former first husband of South Dakota. Multiple years of just dropping money. Have mercy. Well, I say this, Brian. That is not a life worth living. You just might as well just live it out. Just live it out loud. Just be yourself. Okay? Just be yourself, Crystal. I'm talking to you, Crystal. Okay? I am talking to you. Stop hiding behind the bow tie and the tux and trying to be all manly. Just finally let your true self be out there. Why spend all this money hiding? Just be free. Do you realize how much money you would save just being out there? You know what I'm saying? Instead of hiding, you're spending so much money to just hide. I'm just saying. Hey, he's hurt. He hurt his wife, I'm sure. But here's the thing, though. She knew. She knew. She likes to think that he don't know, that she don't know, but she knew. Like, you can't get away from this anymore. There's no way of hiding this. You can't get away from this, homie. Ma'am. I don't know. Crystal. With all due respect, I'm trying to be respectful. You can't. You just can't. You can't. You're not going to be able to live this down. The huge sums detailed by Daily Mail in exposés over the past 2 weeks, because they've been going in. Let's be real. They've been going in like crazy, have raised questions about how the MAGA favorite's husband paid for his lavish online paramours without his wife being aware of his massive expenditures. So Christie's Office of Government Ethics Public Disclosures show a growing pile of debts as well as substantial income since 2020. First, they took out a 15-year loan on their home of between $100,000 and $250,000 at a rock bottom interest rate of 1.8, okay, let's say 1.9, okay, percent in 2020. This was followed up with a 5-year business loan of $250,000 and $500,000 in 2021 at 3.9, damn near 4%. Okay. In 2022, they took out 3 loans, at least $1 million, a 10-year mortgage from Reliabank secured against their commercial property at 4.6%, another more than $1 million as a 10-year business loan at the same interest rate, and between $250,000 and $500,000 as a 10-year business loan from Dakota Bank at 4.1%. So this performer, Nicole, says she received many of her payments from Brian via his account at Dakota Bank. National security experts have warned that Brian's brazen behavior with OF performers could have exposed his wife to blackmail. Damn right. I think that's one of the main reasons why everyone's like, how did she get the job when he's running around gallivanting with bimbos? His words, not mine. The 54-year-old MAGA favorite was handling highly sensitive matters of national security. If a media organization can find this out, you can assure with a high degree of confidence that a hostile intelligence service knows this as well, said a former CIA officer, Mr. Snuffleupagus. There we go. Moving on. He added that financial strain can create even more of a target for foreign spies. If someone is financially vulnerable, a hostile intelligence service could approach them that exact way. This is what Mr. Snuffleupagus said. So the gnomes were apparently funding their lifestyles using a whopping $1.1 million salary and LLC distribution from his company, Gnomes Insurance, according to his wife's 2025 government disclosure. The public filing also reports he received between $15,000 to $50,000 in rent from commercial properties he owns in Bryant, South Dakota. That just came out of nowhere. Sheesh. But that's one of them. That's what I was. Whoa. Okay. So she just, boom, there you go. And that's the dominatrix. Remember her? Shy Sotomayor? Yeah. She's out here. The couple listed a further $15,000 to $50,000 in rent from pasture land they own nearby Castlewood. So she served, we already know, she served as governor of South Dakota from 2019 to 2025 with an ending salary of $241,519. Her Office of Government Ethics filing said. Her salary for her new role as special envoy for a new encounter cartel coalition, Shield of Americas, has not been disclosed. Yeah, because her job doesn't fully exist yet, so they're probably still working on getting that to exist first before, she's in purgatory. She's in MAGA purgatory right now. We should all know this by now, okay? But moving on, I mean, she's been making money, and let's not forget the $220 some odd million that she stole from our taxpayer money to make a video, not a movie. No, she wasn't doing her own MAGA version of like Avatar or something of that sort. Oh, no. Au contraire, mon frere. She was making it for a campaign. $220 million. So we already know about the text messages, and he was saying that that Shy Sotomayor, this other performer, was better than his wife and all that, which was obviously just scandalous. But moving on, she said that she paid $15 per minute for her to chat with and pose for him, and that she ultimately made tens of thousands of dollars off of their exchanges. $15 per minute, guys. $15 per minute. Bank records and payment details shared with the Daily Mail show Brian using the alias of Jason Jackson, sending payments between $500 to $1,200 to Sotomayor. Not her. I think that's Nicole. That is Nicole. But look at the payments. Big. Round. Massive payments. Moving on. Crazy, right? She didn't know. She really didn't know. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. I think she absolutely knew. There's no way that he was in, and I get it. She could be like, especially while she's off doing her thing, she's in one part of town, one part of the country. When she's gone, I'm sure there's a lot he could do by himself. She don't know, right? But I still just feel like she would know. Constantly making trips to the dollar store so he can pick up a bag of balloons. And she's like, "What is this for? Our kids, there aren't any birthdays coming up." And he's like, just in case, baby. Just in case. You know what I mean? She's never asking that question. Just in case we want to have a balloon fight. Just in case we have you never know. There's no such thing as too many balloons. You never know when the situation, when the occasion strikes. You just need balloons, honey. She didn't end up kissing him on the face and going, "Why do you smell like rubber?" You smell like rubber. Why? She goes into the kitchen. She's opening up the wastebasket to throw away a banana peel or something like that, and she just sees like a popped balloon, like a deflated popped balloon in the thing, and she's like, "What is that, baby? Did you use a balloon for something today? Was there a balloon in the house?" I'm just saying. You smell like rubber, baby. What is that? Or she's like, what's going on with my pink biker shorts are in the wash again, and I don't remember wearing them this week. Well, they fell on the floor, and I don't know. I pulled out some stuff and it fell on the floor, and I thought, make them clean. I'm just saying, you really don't think she knew? And I already made the joke about the helium tank in the house, in the bedroom, or as she's in the bathroom. Suddenly she just hears a, what was that? Oh, another baby. See you soon. Love you. This is weird. It's just weird, guys. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. And don't get me wrong, you know what I mean? We all crazy. We all a little nasty. Okay? We all little freak leaks. Even you pious mother lovers out here that just do a missionary. Okay? You're still a little nasty. You're still doing it. Okay? The act of the hibbity-dibbity is nasty. Okay? It's nasty. It is. Okay? It is. But at the same time, she didn't know. She didn't know. She knew. I guarantee you she knew. But what's weird is that this would be a matter of national security because they could have blackmailed. There's so much that could have been done. They could have taken full advantage of this situation if this information was dropped into the wrong hands. If it didn't already drop in the wrong hands. You see what I'm saying? But maybe there's something deeper going on. Maybe Trump knew, and that's how he was able to keep a hold on her. But then if she was like that, and she was under control of, Trump because he has all this information on her that could destroy her entire career and her entire life, then why would she steal $220 million from taxpayers? That's the question I have. So she knew, maybe she was just hoping that information would never come out. And lo and behold, it did. But that's what you get. That's what you get when you steal crap tons of money and you lie to the American people. Like, she really lied to the American people. And that was okay. That was okay, guys. What got her, which is something that should have gotten her fired like that. You realize that, right? That should have gotten her fired like that. But it didn't. Diabolical. The thing that got her fired is the fact that, she lied under oath, but also the fact that she stole $220 million from American taxpayers. That's what got her fired. Damn right. Charges most definitely need to be filed. I agree, Rose City, 110%, because that is insane to me. That is absolutely insane to me. I was going to talk about, we need to talk about this. This is a brief one, guys. And I don't know if I could show you this footage, but we do need to talk about this because this is just messed up and should be an absolute concern for a lot of us. Not a concern for a lot of us, but I'm sorry. This should be a concern for the youths. This is a massive concern for the youths. There's a lot of dumb going on, and a lot of the dumb that we're watching is
off the top and
we're experiencing and noticing and watching a lot of dumb crap going on. I'm just going to say that. And a lot of it is because people are so worried about their beauty. And don't get me wrong, okay? We have, we all are a little vain. We all care about how we look. We all care about what we're doing. This is the reason why we go to the gym. This is the reason why, you see a lot of people walking in, doing walks, long walks in the morning or at night. This is the reason why we try to eat well. This is the reason why we want to try to be better with our skincare and all that, right? Because we all are a little vain. We all are, to a certain extent. We all want to look good. We all want to look good naked. We all have the desire to be sexy and have some sort of sex appeal, right? But then there's this other dark side of things that are just bad. Enter this guy. This is not a great photo of him. This is after the fact of something that happened last night. His name, or he goes by Clavicular. I do not know why he goes by that name. Don't ask me what that origin story behind that name is, because I do not know. But he's been making a lot of waves recently because he's a dumbass. Yeah, I said it. He's a dumbass that only gives a care. He only gives a damn about being really, really, really good looking. That's all he gives a damn about. Okay? Merman! Merman! He only cares about being good looking. That was a Zoolander. That was a Zoolander reference, just so you know. But he only gives a damn about being good looking. That's all he cares about. So he does crazy stuff. And it's pretty insane stuff that he does to his body just so he can be really, really good looking. Like he takes a hammer to his jaw. Like he'll take a hammer to his face to try to change the shape of his face, which he did, by the way. His face is completely different from what it used to look like. All right. This is what they call look maxing. Yeah, literally, it's called look maxing. Trying to upgrade your looks in the best way you can. Be as beautiful and as handsome as you can as a guy. There's a lot of terminology that I don't know much about, but one thing I do know is look maxing. And what it is you're just trying to level up your looks as best as you can. All right. Skincare, you're getting your jawline on point, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, this guy has gone to great lengths of all kinds of stuff. He has poked himself with some roids. You get what I'm saying? He's poked himself with some gear. He has poked him, he has done all kinds of stuff, Botox, all that stuff. He's done all kinds of different things. He's even used the myth. He literally has. He's even used the myth. Yeah. For what reason, I do not know. But he said there was some benefits to it, so therefore he was doing the myth. Just so you know. Yeah, it's like manscaping. Yeah, Zoot. It's like manscaping on roids. Yeah. Basically, you could call it like that. Sure. We'll go with that. Yeah, sure. It's like that. You know what I mean? But anyway, long story short, he was out last night. And by the way, he's a Kick streamer. I want to remind you of that too. So if you don't know what Kick is another streaming platform, just like a Twitch or a YouTube or, Facebook or whatever, or a Rumble. Okay. He was Kick streaming and he's known for like pulling girls. This is not somebody who really gives a damn about his health. So clearly he's not worried about his weed whacker falling off as well. So he pulls girls all the time because he's aesthetically what the girls, I guess the young girls are into. He's checking all the boxes physically. He's in really great shape because he's on all kinds of different gear, all kinds of different chemicals. Okay. He's done all kinds of stuff just so he can look amazing. Right. So he'll go and literally his whole streams will be about him going out to the clubs or the bars and just pulling girls. That's literally his whole MO. Looking as good looking as he can and going out with his boys and just pulling girls. So this particular one, he's just out. And also now, let me just also say this too. He's also known. He's now made a name for himself. He's been in, in interviews with CNN. He's been in interviews with like the likes of the YouTube channel called Channel 5, not literal news Channel 5, but like the channel, the YouTube channel's called Channel 5. Okay. If you don't know him, he's done some really great interviews in the past, but he's been interviewed quite a bit because he is like literally and metaphorically the face of look maxing. And he's like, hey, I looked one way and now I look like this. And now I'm pulling every girl. You can do it too. So that's all he talks about. And he just goes out and gets laid. Okay. So this particular night, last night, he's just out, hanging out. He's just with his boys, his crew. And then all of a sudden, he just randomly grabs like a flask. He has something in his pocket, and he pulls it out, and he just downs the whole freaking thing. Okay? Downs the whole freaking thing. And within minutes, this dude goes into a very fast downward spiral where he literally ODs. Yeah, guys. He starts to OD right there at this club because he's like, I need to sit down. Whoa, I'm crashing out, man. I'm wrecked. And so he goes into this place, okay? And he sits down and he's starting to like just completely like, he's shutting down. He had a concoction that I've never heard before. I'm telling you right now, it was a concoction of, I think it was like GHB and some other stuff. Like a weird concoction. He took the whole freaking thing. You know, it's like, you drank the whole thing? Yeah, he drank the whole thing, which caused him to OD and had him in the hospital. All of it was caught on his live stream because he'll stream going out. He'll do these IRLs, you know, like what we've done before. We'll go out, we'll, you know, hang out, grab a drink, do blah, blah, blah. The only difference, massive difference between me and him is he's out trying to pull girls at these clubs, and a lot of these girls know exactly who he is, and he's getting wasted and also trying to get laid. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of sad because you're like, oh, that's somebody's future mom. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching, I'm like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Sonny little Matthew's going to be like, Mommy, why are you in this kick stream from 17 years ago? You know? Mommy, were you dirty? You know? You know what I mean? All caught in real time. I'm sorry, I did say that. I said it. I'm like, oh, damn, that is somebody's future mom. That's not how I met your mother, but that's how he met your mother. You know what I'm saying? No one? Okay. Just saying that out loud. It's pretty sad. So again, he took some stuff. He basically overdosed, and then he was taken to the hospital. And this is apparently a photo of after the fact. Okay, after he came back home, because he's dumb. And he literally said at one point, and maybe I can find it, but he literally said, I'd rather lose 10 years of my life and be good looking than have those 10 years of my life. Like, I've never heard anyone say anything like that ever in my life. Okay? And he's saying it live on camera. We're going to talk about it. Let's take a look at this crap.
Noon, the social media influencer known as Clavicular posting a new photo of himself this morning. It was hours after he was off the top at noon. The social media influencer known as Clavicular posting a new photo of himself this morning. It was hours after he was carried out of a restaurant in Brickell following a suspected overdose. Good afternoon. I'm Nasha Sherman. It all happened while he was live streaming. CBS News Miami's Bree Buckley is your reporter live in Brickell with these new details. Bree.
Yeah, well, Najee, he posted earlier this morning saying he's out of the hospital and already home after making headlines earlier this week. During this live stream, controversial influencer Clavicular appears disoriented. The others sitting at the table seem concerned, telling him to drink some water before the video abruptly ends. Moments later, this video shows him being carried out and down the stairs. Miami Fire Rescue says crews responded to 900 South Miami Avenue for a possible overdose. Fire officials said they did not treat the patient because he was taken away in a personal vehicle. In the video, it appears he's being put in a black SUV with the ambulance right behind. A source close to Clavicular told CBS News that he was suspected to have had an overdose. His real name is Braden Peters. He's known for the trend called looks maxing, where people try to maximize attractiveness in extreme ways.
Hold on. I'm this whole thing just froze a little bit. Sorry. So everything should be back up and running. Hold on. We're back. Yeah, it's the internet. I gotta fix something behind the scenes so that this doesn't happen all the time. Okay? No, it's worth my time. You know what I mean, Lady for Justice? No. This is worth my time. We need to talk about this because this is a very, very big deal. Okay? This is a very, very big deal. Real talk. But I there is a super chat. Hold on. I think before it disappears, let me just get this here really quick. Nicole, what's up? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. What up, P? What up? It's my birthday today. Well, happiest the birthdays. Happy birthday. We were saying happy birthday like Stevie Wonder for me. I'll do it at the end of the show because we're almost at the end of the show. Okay. Okay. But anyway, happy birthday to you. Real talk. Okay. But here's the thing. This is the kind of person that does not deserve the success. I said it. I don't care. I don't care. Because when you have somebody who has that kind of success, they automatically think that they can do whatever the hell they want. They think they can do no wrong. They think that they're the bomb. They think they're so up their own ass. There's such a level of narcissism and ego that is just so, it's oozing out of every orifice of their body that it comes out as a stench. And the thing is that's exactly what we're seeing with this guy right now. You know those certain celebrities that you see that you're like, you really do not deserve stardom. You don't deserve this success. If you're not going to be respectful of the fact that you are blessed enough to have the success and the fame that you do have, then you need to go and kick rocks. Stop being a celebrity and go live your life doing something else. Okay? But that's just me. There's other people like Chapel Rome. I said it. I don't care. The likes of Chapel Rome, ping ponging glove. That girl. Okay. That's somebody I don't think deserves success. She doesn't take it seriously. It's like she almost doesn't even appreciate her fans, the people who support her. And I'm not sitting here saying that she's obligated to be the nicest person to every single fan that she has. But at the same time, you can't expect them to give you respect if you're not giving it in return. And so when you see this kind of guy who thinks he could do no wrong, is promoting very unhealthy ways of life on his platform, it just makes you not like the person even more. His antics are terrible. And he thinks he can get away with however he wants. And the crazy thing is that this is all being done on a streaming platform. So the question remains, is he going to be permabanned from the likes of Kick or some other platforms that he streams off of and makes copious amounts of money, by the way? Crazy money. He makes like $20,000 plus per stream. That's how much money he makes. Crazy money. So again, for something like this, some people just don't deserve the success. And he just happens to be one of those people. I digress. Let's continue. Okay. And then it's like, did our intelligence as humans really drop that low? Are we really this dumb?
Wednesday morning, he posted this picture on X, saying he was out of the hospital and back home. He calls the incident brutal and goes on to say the substances are a cope to feel neurotypical in public, saying it's not a real solution. His face appears scratched up, and he says the worst part of the night was his, quote, face descending from the life support mask.
Just woke up, I'm a little tired, so maybe next time.
He didn't have much to say walking out of Broward Jail in Fort Lauderdale last month. He was arrested on a battery charge out of Osceola County, where investigators say a fight between two women was instigated by Peters and posted online to exploit the women.
You've obviously shared company with Andrew Tate and other
dare I say, rather controversial figures.
He made headlines in Australia earlier this week for walking out of an interview with 60 Minutes Australia after he was asked about his relationship with Andrew Tate, an influencer who is currently facing rape and human trafficking charges in the UK.
I see you want to make this political.
At this hour, we do not know any other details about the suspected overdose. In Brickell.
Like, this is insane, okay? Then on top of it, he was also arrested a little bit ago because he pulled a trigger on a freaking alligator. I'm sorry. Yeah, he was in Florida, if I'm correct, and they were live streaming. They're doing their thing, and he's out there in the swamps. And he gets a weapon, he gets a pew-pew, and he starts blasting a mother-loving crocodile or an alligator, whichever one, right there. I'm not laughing about the alligator. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing about the alligator, but I'm laughing about the situation. Okay? Like, he literally shot up an alligator, and then he got arrested for that too. Live on his show. Like, this is literally something that you'd think would be like the next Zoolander movie. The antics that he does, you'd think that would be stuff that you would see in a Zoolander movie. But no, it's real life, and this is the kid. This kid is making these choices like this. He's making these choices, and he's doing that. He's going with it. They say he's autistic. I don't know if that's entirely true. I don't know. I don't know much about the guy. But what I do know is that he's clearly doing too many substances, and that's causing a lot of issues. At least that's from what I'm seeing. He's using, as he said, he was using too many substances to cope with, being out there, being present. So he was taking certain things so he can, like basically put a Band-Aid over a bullet wound. Some liquid courage, but different kind of liquid courage. Strong liquid courage. So again, like I said, this guy is a level of dumb of the likes I've never seen before. And I look at something like that and like this, and I go, is our youth that dumb? Has our intelligence diluted that much that we are this dumb now as a society? And there are plenty other guys that are running around with him with the same vibe. There's a guy, you saw that big stocky guy with him. Dude doesn't even have hair. Hold on. I'm not showing you the part. I'm trying to pull up this stuff because y'all need to see it for yourselves. Dude looks like a physical embodiment of the Nutcracker. Okay, this dude looks like the mother-loving Nutcracker. He's the one who's sitting right next to Clavicular. Okay, or I think it's Brad is his name, his real name. Okay, Clavicular's real name I think is Brad. Okay, Brad and them. So this is them. All right, just so you know, dude is wearing a hat, but underneath that hat is a wig. Just so you know, that be a wig. Okay. That be a wig. So he doesn't like, I guess he went to India or something like that and got his hair. I think he did something with his hair because he has early onset baldness going on because he's poking himself with all kinds of gear. You get what I'm saying when I say that, the roids, But apparently he's explaining what Clavicular took that made him basically OD.
What's Pentastack? So right now, Pentastack is Adderall, DXM, ketamine, BDO.
No, not BDO. It's 5 Hour Energy. Here.
And pre-gab. Thank you.
What does it taste like, Andrew?
So that whatever they were taking, that's the stuff that he took that took him over the edge. Do you understand? This is the stuff that he took that took him over the edge. But he drank the whole freaking bottle. He took the whole freaking bottle. Here's another one. He came out with a video, clavicular. He goes live after, ODing last night, saying he rebooted and had nurses at the hospital confused when he left because he had to officially open his club tonight. So I guess he owns a club? Okay, that's news to me, but okay. So he gives me Patrick Bateman vibes too. You know what I mean? I get going. Where are you going? I have to return some videotapes. He gives me that. He gives me Patrick Bateman vibes big time. Big time. Oh, I see they took out the lamb chops with the lime jello. You know what I'm saying? No one saw American Psycho?
Alive maxing? I'm feeling good, dude. I'm chilling. Man. We're back. Got back at 6 a.m. yesterday, so I'm good. Don't worry about me, boys. What happened? Nothing. I'm not gonna really get into it too much.
Yeah, of course you're not gonna get into it really, because that could get you in trouble. That can get you in trouble, and your daddy and your mama you're watching. He's 20 years old, by the way, guys. He's 20 years old. 2-0. Nice plays. Spread is amazing. Look at this. Look at this. Holy cow. Okay. Spread is fire. I'm sure he's living with, he's renting this with a whole bunch of other guys too. But shoot, dope spot, right? But you could not convince me with all the money in the world to live this man's life. Sorry. He is a walking petri dish at this point. Yeah, there's stuff I can't even show you, y'all. You know what I mean? Mary Hubbard, thank you so much for the super chat. Or super sticker. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Yeah, it's an empty life. It's not a life worth living, in my personal opinion. You know what I mean? Like you take as best of the righteous path as you can. Yes, life happens. You make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, that kind of thing. But at the same time, you know better than to just be piling your body with all kinds of different substances. You know better than that. And like I said, this guy said he'd rather shorten his life by 10 years and look amazing, look dope, than have those 10 years and be just okay looking. He wants to be really, really, really good looking. And apparently he is. Apparently, people eat it up. A lot of girls apparently really like him. And then and what's crazy is that he's streaming a lot of this stuff. Oh, here it is. Let me show you. This is the video. It's literally right here. So the guy, the big guy with the wig on, okay, in the back, I guess he goes by androgenic. He's not on gear, right? Anyway, he was visibly worried for a clavicular after finding out that he was taking 10 times the normal amount of this peptide supplement that's called MG than you're supposed to. So then he said, I'd rather die 10 years earlier and MOG than not MOG and live for 10 more years. Now, MOG, from what I'm understanding, is look really good. Okay? Be really, really good looking. Okay? This is literally what he's saying.
25 mg, so you could placebo max yourself into thinking you're gonna MOG harder. I feel like it's kind of worth it.
The issue is that based on the research I did, 25 mg is worse than 400 tests in toxicity.
Worse.
Yeah. So it's like, if you want to do 25 tren just for like a bit of a boost, it's like, why not just add like half a gram more of tests?
Because you're going to bloat.
AI.
Yeah, but like, tren is no bloat. Right?
Yeah, but like giga high test and AI seems pretty ideal, to be honest.
I'd rather die 10 years sooner and mug. That's my thing. Who gives a fuck? You know? That's the only hope I got. Fuck it up.
You don't think you just mug on like 2 grams of test though?
Like, this is a conversation that he's having with his friends. Okay? That Hansel's so hot. He's so hot right now. Yeah, Mog, I've never heard of that in my life. I think Mog is like the act of being good looking, I think. Hold on. I don't know. I'm just assuming that is. What does Mog mean? Internet slang. Duh. Meaning to dominate, outclass, or look better than someone, particularly regarding physical appearance. So yeah, to look dope. Is commonly used in social media in the context of looks maxing to describe someone being significantly more attractive or physically superior to others. So that's what he's basically saying. Like I said, I translated it right. You know, he's like, I'd rather be really, really good looking and pump myself with these chemicals and stay looking really, really good looking and shorten my life by 10 years than to live a normal life and be not as attractive. Yeah. This is what's coming out of that man's mouth. Insanity, right? What are the Kick mods? Socially irresponsible. He might not even have I don't know. Like, see, that's the problem. You know, I don't know what Kick is kind of like a no man's land. You know, that Kick is a little bit more like anything goes. Okay, so a lot of the things that you'll see that you wouldn't see anymore on the likes of like a platform like YouTube or Twitch, even Rumble. Okay, you'll find those guys going over to Kick because they're allowed to do a lot more. There's a little bit more freedom on that platform. You know, you can do certain things. Like there's footage of him like, you know, doing things with girls and stuff like that, and girls getting underneath his desk and doing things with him and all that. Like, it's crazy stuff that he's doing in real time that's getting captured on film on Kick, and he's not been banned at all. He even ran over a dude with his car. Yeah, guys. He even ran over a dude with his car, and it was caught live on Kick. So again, this is a train wreck. I'm telling you, he gonna get the high five. Watch. He gonna catch that high five. Wait for it. The heavy. Wait for it. Okay? And he's gonna be like, I made terrible mistakes in my life, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no kidding. Because you were banging everything that moved. You're pulling every girl you can get. It's bad. Okay? It's bad. He said in an interview that Vance is subhuman. Gavin Newsom Moggs. Yeah, he did say that. I remember seeing that. I was like, what? Yeah, he's been making a lot of he's been making a lot of he's been making a lot of waves recently, a lot of headlines because of the crazy stuff that he's been doing. Okay? So, yeah, he puts himself through grueling physical transformations just so he can look as good looking as he possibly can. And then he's injecting himself with stuff, and he's drinking stuff, and he's doing all this crazy stuff. And what's so sad and what concerns me is that there's other kids out there that are literally watching this and saying that this is scripture. There's a lot of kids out there that are like, oh, I want to be really good looking too. I want to be pulling girls like this too. This is almost the worst part of the manosphere. Yeah, I said it. Remember a couple years ago when Manosphere was a big deal? It's kind of like faded off a little bit. I mean, it's still prominent to a certain extent, but not everybody and their mama's listening to Fresh and Fit every day anymore, you know? Remember them? You know? But on some real stuff, you know, it's almost like that. It's like, oh, I want to be as good looking as I can. I want to be as dope looking as I can. That's all I care about. And I'm just going to pull girls because I'm so good looking. I make great money off this kick stuff and blah, blah, blah. And that's literally what we're seeing in real time. And these kids are eating it up. He's got thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people that tune into his crap, into that crap. It's crazy. It's truly, truly crazy. See, even my dogs have an issue with it too. And it's bad. It's sad. And that's why I'm like, are we as intelligent specimens, as a human race, have we been that diluted? Are the kids that diluted now that they don't even have common sense, shoot, even street smarts anymore? It's whatever you can get for a quick gratification, for that quick win, or for that looks max that he's all about. Like, that's just insane to me, guys. Insane. But it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and people watch it. And I guess maybe they just can't stop watching this train wreck actually happen. Maybe that's what it is. They're waiting for the train wreck, and then we saw a little bit of it, or they saw a little bit of it last night, and it made headlines. That should wake him up, but I don't think it will. I think he's too far gone, unfortunately. He's too far gone. But, guys, I'm going to be wrapping up the show, okay? Because I got some things to do. But that is I needed to share that with y'all because it's, you know, something different than, you know, the whole world exploding. Let's just get into a little bit of pop culture, right? But, yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay? Happiest of birthdays. Hopefully it's a good one for you. Okay? Happy birthday. But that is the show. It's time to get going. Appreciate all y'all for being here. Means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in and being a part of the conversation. Thank you. Please do me a favor before you head out. Hit that like button down below. Crush a do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. And if you are watching on these other platforms, make sure you hit that follow button. Follow. Okay? Subscribe here to my YouTube channel. Also, please, before you head out, hit that like button down below. I'd love to, if we can get it up a little bit more, that'd be really appreciated, okay? If we can get it to 800 likes before we leave, that'd be awesome, okay? So please do that if you can, all right? Hit that join button down below, become a member, check out my Patreon if you want to support even further. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so make sure you check out PascalMerch.com. All right, guys, it's time to get going. Much love to you guys. We'll be talking here very, 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 very soon. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.